Okay, thank you, because I'm getting a message that my audio isn't working. That's why I needed to know that. All right, so let me know, Lauren, when we're ready to go.
We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry, guys, my audio is not working on my computer again today. All right, let me start this all over again. And just get this done. Okay, so just one more. Everybody can hear me now. Okay, thank you very much. Another technical issue. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our special planning committee meeting. I'm going to call it to order at 9:02. I did say to the clerk jokingly this morning, when do special meetings become non-special when you've had a zillion of them in a year? And she launched into exactly why that is. And I said, Lauren, it was a joke. So anyway, welcome to our special planning committee meeting. The meeting is being held electronically, as you know, from our council offices in accordance with the Municipal Act. I am confirming that we have quorum. Councillor Jaglowitz had sent his regrets. And also we have our senior management team here. And any input that came into planning at our planning department has been forwarded on to our committee members. And so I think that is basically, this is being recorded and you are agreeing by being on this meeting to having your image and your words being shared publicly. And then after that, there is no supplementary agenda today. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. All right, so this meeting today is a public meeting in reference to ZBA-36/21 bylaw 2021-116 for the Township of Muskoka Lakes. So I am going to the format that we're going to follow is I'm going to ask Mr. Pink to give us the, I would say administrative process that we're going through with this. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Sharp if he will do a high overview of what we're dealing with today. Then we'll have the delegations, and after that, it's not delegations, we'll have the public comment, and after that we will turn back into committee to have a discussion. So I hope that's good for everybody. So I think the first order of business is, Mr. Pink, could you, for everybody's listening to, can we sort of figure out or help explain exactly what our process is going forward?
Committee through the chair. I hope hopefully this summary helps for everyone to understand this process and the planning process in general. We've been discussing these matters for quite some time. They both actually, a number of issues before you in the draft bylaw have emanated from various discussions and staff reports that have been brought forward, I believe starting approximately 2 or 3 years ago now at this point. We did circulate notice of a public meeting, and a draft bylaw has been made available to the community for review, stakeholders and agencies. And we're here today to hear those comments from the community, as well. Staff will go through the written submissions that we have received to date. As there's a number of significant bylaw changes before you, staff's recommendation is that those comments be received. We listened to the comments today and any written submissions, and staff will return in the future with a staff report outlining a summary of those comments, concerns we've heard, and any recommendations as to the most appropriate path forward. So I hope that clarifies. I guess to go one step further, just so that perhaps committee members can compare it to the typical planning application process. Once you're in a position that planning committee feels comfortable with the draft bylaw, you can make a recommendation to council as to the changes proposed, and ultimately staff will bring that bylaw forward to a council meeting where 3 readings can be considered before any changes to the zoning bylaw take effect. So we're somewhere sort of mid-process, and again, hope that helps clarify, and available to answer any questions if there are follow-up.
Okay, committee, any questions on that? Okay, all right. Well then, Mr. Sharp, perhaps you could introduce this bylaw and give us the 30,000-foot overview of it. And obviously, when we get into discussing it, we'll get into more detail in each section. So welcome, Mr. Sharp.
Good morning, Chair Bridgman, members of Planning Committee, colleagues, members of the public, and representatives. And thank you, Mr. Pink, for that introduction. I find that quite helpful. The purpose of today's special Planning Committee meeting is to hold a public meeting under the Planning Act concerning zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-36/21, bylaw 2021-116, which is a municipal initiated amendment to the Township's comprehensive zoning bylaw. I would direct committee's attention to the draft bylaw beginning on page 13 of the agenda package. And the purpose and effect of bylaw 2021-116 is summarized as follows. The purpose and effect of this township initiated amendment to comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-14 is to amend section 3.2 pertaining to non-complying lots, buildings, and structures, to amend section 4.1 to prohibit plumbing in certain accessory structures and buildings, and to increase the maximum permitted height of 2-story accessory structures and buildings containing a 2nd-story sleeping cabin on waterfront residentially zoned properties, to decrease the minimum permitted gross floor area of a dwelling, and to update section 3.28H of the bylaw to address the storage and parking of commercial motor vehicles on residentially zoned properties. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance in accordance with statutory requirements. This included the publication of a public notice in 3 local newspapers. In addition to these statutory requirements, a dedicated project page has been created on Engage Muskoka Lakes, and a notice was posted on the township's website, circulated to all known lake association and ratepayer groups, and advertised on social media. To date, 10 submissions have been received related to the material circulated with the public notice. The first submission is by the Community and Planning Services Department of the District Municipality of Muskoka. District staff have advised that they have no objection and request to be notified of council's decision. And the submission is signed by Curtis Sivert, a district planner. The second submission is by Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, and Mr. Snyder recommends that the proposed definition of plumbing be amended to include the conveyance of sanitary waste and to require components of supply, waste, and vent piping. I would note that Mr. Snyder is in attendance. The third submission is by Tim Sopko, the township's public works technician, advising that the township's public works department has no comments. The remaining submissions are by Tracy Robinson, who has concerns about granting additional development rights for expansion of buildings and structures on undersized lots. By Al Moran, who has concerns and recommends that the following requirements be imposed for an accessory garage and storage building in the waterfront designation. That windows be required to be 6 feet above the floor level, that no interior partitions be permitted except to accommodate a sink and toilet, and that no sun decks or balconies be permitted on these buildings. By Ali Brown on behalf of Our Muskoka, who raises a number of concerns about the proposed limitations on the expansion of legal non-complying shoreline structures that are over width, and plumbing in non-habitable accessory buildings and structures in the waterfront designation, including that the proposed limitations on shoreline structure additions are too restrictive and that existing requirements should remain unchanged, and that zoning should not be used to regulate plumbing, and greater attention should be afforded to enforcement to address the illegal use of non-habitable buildings. Ms. Brown has also forwarded signatures of a number of concerned individuals by Tim Van Kroestum of Muskoka Lumber, who recommends that additions to legal non-complying docks should be limited to 18% of a property's straight line frontage versus half the maximum permitted width in order to support additions to boathouses that comply with width requirements. By Paul Donaldson, who objects and has concerns about the proposed limitation on additions to legal non-complying shoreline structures that are over width, and plumbing and non-habitable accessory buildings and structures in the waterfront designation, including that the restrictions may incentivize dock and boathouse removals, resulting in increased impacts on the environment, that there may be room for more compromise in the bylaw, and that a sink and toilet should be permitted in a garage. By Mr. Dave Beman, who objects to the proposed restriction on plumbing and non-habitable accessory buildings and structures in the waterfront designation. By Jason Sift, who objects and whose main concerns are focused on proposed limitations on the expansion of legal non-complying shoreline structures that are over width and the plumbing in non-habitable accessory buildings and structures in the waterfront designation. And finally, just submitted was a submission by Mr. Bill Tryon, who, and this submission I have not had an opportunity to go over in any detail, but it is noted that the submission has been filed. Staff have made every attempt to forward committee submissions in advance of this public meeting, and I believe all the submissions have been forwarded except for perhaps Mr. Tryon's submission. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. By way of background, this project has been ongoing since November 2020 with direction from Planning Committee and through input from the public, including a public meeting held under the Planning Act in August 2021. The current draft bylaw contains provisions related to legal non-complying lots, buildings, and structures, and provisions relating to accessory buildings and structures in the waterfront designation, which have been revised since the first iteration of the draft bylaw in August 2021. The current draft bylaw also includes provisions pertaining to the minimum gross floor area of dwellings and parking requirements for commercial vehicles in commercial zones, which were not part of the first iteration. The proposed amendments consist of 8 key changes, itemized as changes A through H, as identified and detailed in the appendices to my report. In summary, change A will permit existing legal non-complying buildings and structures on undersized lots to be enlarged, provided the resultant building and structure in use will continue to comply with all other applicable zoning provisions. For example, a legal non-complying dwelling that is located on an undersized lot and within an interior side yard setback will be permitted to be enlarged through an addition, provided the addition complies with setbacks, lot coverage, height, etc. In summary, change B provides clarity that increases in height are not permitted where legal non-complying buildings and structures are located within required yards. Change B also provides clarity that additions to legal non-complying buildings and structures which cause an increase in floor area are permitted, provided the additions are in compliance with the applicable zoning provisions, including yard requirements, lot coverage, etc. In summary, change C will continue to permit second-story additions to legal non-complying buildings and structures which exceed the permissible lot coverage on a property, provided the cumulative floor area of all existing and proposed second stories does not exceed the maximum permitted lot coverage. However, it will include an added prohibition on new or expanded second-story balconies or sun decks where the maximum permitted lot coverage is exceeded as per the direction from Planning Committee. In summary, change D will continue to permit additions to over-width docks that are legal non-complying, provided the additions are within the existing width envelope and comply with length and setbacks, but the permitted width of the additions will be limited to half of current permissions. For example, on a 100-foot lot on Lake Muskoka with 100 feet of lot frontage, the permitted width of a one-time addition to a legal non-complying 75-foot wide dock would be reduced from 25 feet to 12.5 feet. On a 200-foot lot, the permitted width of a one-time addition to a 100-foot wide legal non-complying dock would be reduced from 50 to 25 feet. On a lot with 300 feet of lot frontage, the permitted width of a one-time addition to a 200-foot wide legal non-complying dock would be reduced from 75 feet to 37.5 feet. If these lots were vacant, I would note that the maximum permitted cumulative width would equate to 25 feet, 50 feet, and 75 feet respectively. I have prepared some diagrams or sketches, rudimentary sketches, just to help explain some of these changes, and we can go through those in further detail as we get into the discussion. Change D will continue to require landowners to bring over-width boathouses into compliance with boathouse width requirements through redevelopment, involving enlargements or alternatively to obtain planning approval. In summary, change E will increase the permitted height of a two-story accessory building or structure containing a second-story sleeping cabin from 20 feet to 25 feet in the waterfront designation. In summary, change F will define plumbing and restrict plumbing in all accessory buildings and structures in the waterfront designation, except a sleeping cabin, a sauna, a pump house, and the first story of a boathouse. The intent is to lessen an owner's desire to or ability to occupy a non-habitable building or structure for accommodation purposes. In summary, change G will reduce the minimum gross floor area requirement for a dwelling from 750 square feet to 250 square feet township wide. The intent is to aid in alternative forms of housing and affordability. Finally, and in summary, change H will restrict commercial motor vehicles with a weight in excess of 75 kilograms in residential zones across the township, whereas commercial motor vehicles in excess of a 1-ton capacity are currently restricted in residential zones. It will also enable open parking of a permitted commercial motor vehicle versus parking inside of a garage as is currently required in residential zones. I have recommended that public and agency comments be reviewed and summarized in a further report, along with recommendations to Planning Committee. I would like just to take a moment to thank everybody who has been involved in this process to date. I know that there's been a lot of time spent and people have taken time out of their busy lives to provide input. And personally, I've really enjoyed this process of mutual learning, and I'm looking forward to the discussion today. With that, I will turn it over to you, Chair Bridgman, and I would be happy to assist committee with any questions. And again, look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. Okay, Lauren, I think we're ready to start with our comments from the public. So I guess you can bring them in what order you'd like.
Allie Brown.
Is coming in? Okay, great. Good morning, Ms. Brown.
Good morning, Planning Committee members. Allie Brown.
Before you get going, I do want
Yes.
to reiterate what Mr. Sharp said. I thank you very much. Email came in from our Muskoka last night at 11:59 or whatever it was. I saw it this morning. But your organization had taken the time to get signatures and send it as one email to the councillors. And that is very appreciated when you're looking at that kind of a petition. It really, really helps us out. So I did want to acknowledge that. So now please go ahead.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And I appreciate Bryce's summary, and don't want to be repetitive, but just want the public to also hear just the two comments. So I'll just read what I have prepared. Allie Brown, Unit 3, 3864 Highway 118 West, Port Carling, speaking on behalf of our Muskoka Stakeholders Association. First off, thank you for listening to the input provided by the community, and we are pleased with how the proposed bylaw has come since its first draft. A lot of hard work has gone into the details and wording of this comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment 2021-116. For timing purposes, I will just be focusing on our opposition to the zoning bylaw amendment 2021-116. However, our support for the remaining document is in detail in our submitted letter. 1, we are strongly opposed to the replacement of section 3.2H 1 and 2. It is somewhat positive that length extension of existing legal non-compliant docks will continue to be permitted. However, we believe that the proposed 50% limit is far too restrictive. We are opposed to the prohibition of the length extensions for existing overwidth legal non-compliant boathouses. We believe that the existing provisions which permit the extension of existing overwidth docks and boathouses should remain unchanged. The staff report plan 2022-136 describes this as a major change to the zoning bylaw. However, it does not appear analysis has been undertaken to understand the impact of such restrictions and prohibitions. Number 2, section 4.1.7 plumbing. We believe the first story of a boathouse should be replaced with boathouse because plumbing is permitted on the second story of a boathouse. Simply stating boathouse as a permitted building removes the need for the reader to understand that a sleeping cabin is permitted on the second story of a boathouse and a sleeping cabin is permitted to contain plumbing. The proposed provision could also be misread to mean that a washroom is not permitted on the second story of a boathouse because only the first story of a boathouse is stated. 3, we are opposed to the addition of section 11.126 in regards to the definition of plumbing and the provision of section 4.1.7 that effectively prohibits plumbing to be located in an accessory building that is not a sleeping cabin, sauna, pump house, or boathouse. We do not believe the zoning bylaw should be used to regulate the installation of plumbing within buildings. The Ontario Building Code should be used to regulate plumbing and its installation. We believe there are appropriate reasons for plumbing to be located in a non-habitable accessory building, and the use of water should not be prohibited in all accessory structures. Please see a list of examples of why a sink or single tap for water access should be permitted, an eye wash station for safety, washing hands, cleaning tools and equipment, washing vehicles such as cars and boats, and allowing tasks and activities that require water for personal pastimes and hobbies. We believe that washrooms should be permitted in accessory buildings where sufficient septic system capacity can be provided in accordance with the requirements of the Ontario Building Code. This will ensure the sewage system is sized appropriately and is in keeping with the official plan policies that require the protection of the natural environment and water quality. In summary, our Muskoka believes that adjustments are needed to the proposed provisions related to existing shoreline structures that exceed the maximum permitted cumulative width. We also believe that changes are needed to the proposed plumbing provisions and definition. Let's make sure the proposed changes are widely accepted by the community and provide the necessary tools for bylaw enforcement to manage the areas of concern. Adding more restrictions that directly impact the ability of owners to enjoy the use of their property is problematic, particularly where no detailed analysis has been undertaken to justify such changes. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay, we're on to our next. So I'm wondering, Lauren, perhaps we can just bring everybody in. So we're going to bring everyone in at once just to make this more efficient. And I will ask those coming in that aren't speaking to just keep their monitors off and their microphones muted. And then as people speak, we will move them back out of the meeting. So okay. Jason, I think you're up next. So welcome, Mr. Sift.
Thanks for not putting me first.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Jason Sift, 3687 Highway 118 West, Port Carling, Ontario, POB 1J0. Hello, Planning Committee members. Thank you for my time to speak here today. I would like to also thank staff for preparing this draft, this new draft, and for all the work that's gone into this over the last while. First off, I was encouraged to see many changes in this draft and that have cleaned up a number of issues. To be clear, I'm in support of number 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, and 11 as outlined in the draft. However, I'm strongly opposed to number 4, 7, and 8. Number 4, 3.2H, expansion of legal non-conforming docks and boathouses. Allowing 50% dock expansion is an improvement in previous drafts, but I still have concerns with this draft bylaw and feel the current regulations should stay as they are, allowing the one-time expansion of your dock and boathouse. Some provisions could be made to limit the shorter secondary part of the dock from being extended, as normally it is the larger primary part that is extended, or the part around the boathouse. The new draft still proposes to remove all expansion rights for boathouses itself. I'm strongly opposed to this as well. Many of these waterfront structures were built many years ago when the only way to build a dock was with cribs. This means many of them extend across more shore but go out less into the lake. New technology for the last number of years has allowed us to go further into the deeper water using steel piles. Removing the smaller shore structures causes more impact for the environment, stirring up the bottom and introducing machinery and equipment to the lake. I feel any changes to what is currently allowed will influence property owners more down the path of tearing it all down and starting over. I ask, is this really what we want? The bylaws of the last 20 years have left us with more cookie cutter looking boathouses that all look the same. Many of these older structures offer a historic look that has character. Allowing expansion to them will encourage the owners to keep the original look while modernizing their structure for today's uses. Boats themselves today are longer, which means some of the docks and boathouses are just too short. How the proposed bylaw is written, it would be very difficult to do any addition to an already constructed boathouse, which means it's being torn down. Number 7 and 8, plumbing and accessory structures. First of all, we do not believe the zoning bylaw should be used to regulate plumbing and the installation of such in a building. This should be done by the Ontario Building Code. There are many reasons why plumbing is needed in an accessory structure. Many of these structures are garages. Property owners need to be able to wash their cars, boats, or four-wheelers, just to name a few. Many people retire to Muskoka to enjoy the later years in life and take a moment to pursue their hobbies, like painting, woodworking, or other mechanical activities, most of which require some kind of access to water. What happens if your dog gets sprayed by a skunk? Do you really want to bring them into the dwelling? Cleaning them in the shower or bathtub away from the dwelling would be the preference. Are we really going to remove the right to a washroom? Many of these buildings are built a distance from the main dwelling. After a long snowmobile ride or a drive from the city to get to the cottage, people need to go to the washroom. We should need to govern how people use their properties. If someone were to host a gathering outside and prefer to have close access to a washroom, as long as it meets the approved building code and septic requirements, it should not be denied by an accessory structure. I understand the goal is to make sure these buildings are not being used as habitable space, but we need to find another way to do it. A prohibition on plumbing is taking away a basic necessity and a right that we as Canadians have enjoyed for decades. I have said it before and I will say it again. If these accessory structures have become this large of an issue, then they are obviously what property owners want. Give them what they want, but use bylaws to control how they are done, just like with boathouses. I would ask the committee to remove both of these sections from this bylaw at this time and put together a working group of cottagers, locals, and contractors to come up with ideas that can be recommended to committee and staff in the future to help combat the issues that need to be dealt with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sift. All right, Mr. Pierce, I think we'll bring you up next. Mr. Pierce? You could turn your video back on. We did turn your video off, Mr. Pierce, so you'll need to turn it back on.
And I don't seem to be able to do that.
Oh, so maybe we can do it from here then. There we go. Okay, welcome, and please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ken Pierce, 2232 Muskoka Road 169. I will be delegating on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association and the Friends of Muskoka. Regarding accessory buildings, I am a little bit puzzled and kind of at a loss. Staff and council brought this forward as an issue a long time ago, and as Mr. Pink said several years ago, you are already allowed a cottage, 650 square foot sleeping cabin, and if you have sufficient waterfront frontage, a second story boathouse of up to 650 square feet. So basically 3 habitable places. Your concern was people building or converting garages and storage sheds into cottages. And what we're finding is that you're having 4, 5, or 6 habitable spaces. So like 5 cottages with 5 separate families. And, you know, you look to your right, you look to your left, and there's 4 or 5 families and cottages next to you. I don't think that was the intention. And I think that was your concern. Your initial proposal was for a maximum of 2 single-story accessory buildings with a combined ground floor space of 1,000 square feet. And there was a great discussion around this. There was more flexibility discussed for larger frontages and different scenarios. And I thought that was great. Density, obviously, multiple cottages on one lot and the built form on the waterfront is an issue. There should not be 3 or 4 or 5 families living on one lot. Also, you can get a proliferation of small buildings along the waterfront. I've seen properties in my area where there's like 10 sheds or 10 little cabins. They're 10 by 10, 15 by 15, and I think that's a problem as well, what you can see along the waterfront. I acknowledge that greater than 200 feet back is not an issue, and I think if people want to build more further back, that should be just fine. Number and size is a bright line test. It's totally enforceable. You can count the number of buildings. You can measure the perimeter of buildings. I just don't understand what happened. That discussion, it's not even in the staff report. It seems to have just fallen off the table. I think that what's proposed is a prohibition on plumbing, and I'll just go back to what Mr. Sift said, that we have to find, habitable space is a problem. We have to find another way to do it. Plumbing isn't going to do it. And staff has acknowledged this, the difficulty of enforcing a prohibition on plumbing. Apparently staff and bylaw enforcement officers are not allowed to go into buildings. So you have to peer through windows. And quite frankly, bathrooms tend to have curtains or blinds or opaque windows. It's not going to be easy to see them. And if you're looking for a stack on the roof is not evidence of plumbing. And you can disguise a stack. You can put a cupola or something like that. I also have a concern with two-story accessory buildings with wraparound decks, partitioned off rooms, and floor-to-ceiling windows that are clearly cottages. And I think Mr. Moran, I agree with his comment that these are additional opportunities to put in what I call bright line tests. Single story, that's pretty clear. And quite frankly, who parks a car on the second floor of their building? No decks and balconies. You can certainly see that from the outside. Windows 6 feet up, starting 6 feet up. That's pretty easy to find and to have as a tool in your toolbox as well. I suggest that no partitions is also a good one, probably more difficult to enforce, but I think the more tools in the toolbox, the better off we're going to be. These are relatively easy to enforce. The point is there should not be multiple cottages on a lot. Lot coverage only goes so far when it comes to limiting this. And there needs to be enforcement. Mr. Moran also sent me some photos where people are clearly living in their garages, if you call it a garage or a storage shed. It's a habitable space. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Okay, I am going to next go to, I don't know who Planscape Inc. is. Oh, there it is. Stefan, welcome.
Madam Chair, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity and a good morning to staff and members of the committee. Again, Stefan Sherback, Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. As many of you are aware from my previous presentation during the official plan review, Planscape has been retained by a group of private waterfront landowners through their lawyers, Adriana Pilkington and Melissa Winch from Castles Brock and Blackwell. As noted earlier, this landowner group is mainly concerned about their current land use permissions, number and size of structures on their waterfront properties. With respect to the changes in front of you, I'm going to echo the two main concerns, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing it. The amendments in front of you are a positive step forward. As a planner who's regularly navigating through your planning program, clarity, consistency, and efficiency is what should be expected through this program. The main concern in front of you, again, you've heard it, the reduction to existing rights on legal non-complying structures along the shoreline. What appears to be an arbitrary reduction to current development rights by 50% is just that, arbitrary. I'd like to know what work has been done, what analysis has been done to reach this 50% reduction. And I also think it's appropriate for planners to properly assess and understand the impacts of a proposed new reduction before just putting in a 50% reduction. Again, a number of percentage must be clearly clarified before the public can fully understand the potential impacts or positive impacts to their current development rights. And again, the second issue, you've heard it before, restricting plumbing and accessory structures. I agree with Mr. Pierce, Mr. Sift. I think you're hearing a lot of consistency here. This is a building code issue, and it's not necessarily proper to insert a building code issue into a planning document. If the opinion is that the municipality is feeling that landowners are using accessory structures not for their intended use, then you have an issue with enforcement. Perhaps your bylaws or official plan policies are too restrictive and again, do not reflect the current desires of your community. What's more important, you are going through an official plan policy review. And I understand your policies speak to one dwelling, one sleeping cabin and various accessory structures. So maybe it's time to take a closer look at your official plan policies, specifically the ones that are going to be reviewed through your policy. And instead of making the changes today, which may be required to change in the future, depending on what the community wants, I think it's somewhat premature to make this decision today on the basis that it seems that the community is changing their needs and desires for how they wish to use their properties. I agree with Mr. Pierce. Numbers mean everything. The size can definitely be negotiated. Numbers, if they're further back on the waterfront and you can't see them, the question that we have is, why does it matter? So again, I think a further discussion with that is required. And again, that's everything I have to say today. A big thank you to providing the public with the opportunities to address council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerback. Okay, Mr. Tryon. Welcome, Mr. Tryon. And I do have to tell you, I also had no time to look at the email you sent this morning. So I'm hoping you're going to you're going to review it right now. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Bridgman and planning committee members, planning staff, and members of the public. A special thanks to Mr. Bryce for attempting to educate me. And my only comment, two comments would be, I generally support what Mr. Pierce had to say from MLA. And I recommend that the minimum gross floor area amendment to items 9 and 10 be either reinstated to 750 square feet or 900 square feet based on an arbitrary approach that I've laid out in my brief submission to you early this morning. I can expand on it, but I think that there are circumstances where a minor variance may be required to reduce the minimum gross floor area, and those circumstances may be justified, unusual, and extraordinary, but I think that a minimum living space requirement should be upheld as set out in a most recent planning staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tryon. Please know that I will review your email afterwards, and I know that our staff is going to take into consideration everything that has been submitted before they come back to us. So thank you. Okay, so who else am I seeing here, Lauren? Sure. Okay, if anybody else would like to speak from our attendees list, would you please raise your hand? I've got Ms. McCauley, I've got a Ben, Liz. So those three I see have not spoken yet. So please just raise your electronic hand if you would like to be moved into our meeting. Okay, and Mr. Donaldson, I see his hand is up. Welcome, Mr. Donaldson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sean Donaldson, 3687 Highway 118 West, Port Carling, Ontario, P0B1J0. I think I'm probably just going to keep it pretty short here and just like to make the record known that I echo the beliefs of Ali Brown, Jason Sift, and also some of Ken Pierce's points. And I'd just like to speak a little bit to the fact that ultimately we all know that cottagers in Muskoka are going to do what they want to do. If we try to restrict plumbing and accessory structures, they're going to do it anyway. As said, it's much better to give the people what they want and make sure that they plan for it so that their septic systems are sized properly. We always talk about how we're trying to protect the lakes, protect the environment, protect everything. If we just say, nope, you can't have it. Once the building inspector is gone, planning department is off the property, those bathrooms will go in, septic systems will not be sized properly, and people will continue to do what they want to do. As Ken Pierce said, it's very hard to restrict those things just by peering in windows and whatever else, because often those are private rooms anyway that the bylaw enforcement won't be able to see. So I'm not sure that this is the best approach. There are some issues out there that, as Jason said, there are multiple ways that we in the industry have solutions to the problems that you guys are trying to solve. So I do think that, collaborating with people that are in this industry, in the development industry in Muskoka, have, valuable inputs. And I do believe that we should be heard a little bit, maybe more than just being able to speak at a public meeting, and actually try to come up with some affirmative action plans as to how we can start to solve some of the problems that, we see as a general public, but still keeping in line with what the public does in fact want. So.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Just as a comment to your wanting to be heard more, I'm hoping that the message has gone out from here that our planning department is always open to input from everyone, and certainly has met with our Muskoka. And please, you can pick up the phone or you can send an email and talk to them about it. So I just want to make sure that it's understood that input is always welcome.
And I do appreciate that, Chair Bridgman. Bryce is always a pleasure to talk to, a pleasure to deal with. He often hears concerns and listens, but ultimately staff takes direction directly from council. So unless, the concerns that we bring to Bryce are then directly brought to you guys, and then you say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, then that would kind of be the only way that would work. But I do agree with you that planning department is great in the sense that they are, there to listen and willing to have those conversations. But as far as how, the direction gets pointed back to planning staff is a little bit more kind of the point that I would go with.
Yeah, so just make sure that you email counselors too. So if they want to bring it up, then they can for sure. So thank you very, very much. Okay, Lauren, do we have anybody else who wants to speak? It doesn't. Yeah, one more time, we're going to ask if those, if anybody else would like to speak who is, again, I think I've got Ms. McCauley, a Ben, a Liz, and that's it. So if you don't raise your hand in the next few seconds, we will assume that you do not wish to speak. You're just here to listen, which is great too. Okay, I think we're good. So committee, I think we now can turn this back over for discussion purposes. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to start with change A, and I'm actually going to ask Mr. Sharp to go back through and just once again go through each change as a little update before we talk about it. The other thing that I would like to do is just plant a seed for after we're finished with these items, to suggest that we are able with this accessory buildings on the waterfront to look at boathouses and the issue of open water in a boathouse. And I believe that we will be able to have that discussion after we finish with these. Let's get these done and in place to be able to implement or insert that into some of the various areas here, so that we ensure that the spirit of our bylaws and our wishes will continue. So I just plant that as a seed now. Councillor Zavitz, I don't want to have a discussion on it, but of course you can speak if you'd like.
Thank you, and through you, I think, as you say, planting seeds. What I see this as a very collaborative experience. Here we are, transparently and with clarity in the public eye, and this is how our process works. The public should know we as a group have never gone away to a 2-day retreat to talk about any of this. This is the time that we as a committee get to actually interface with the public and interface with each other. And so my point would be, and I know this may be a little unorthodox, but just to plant a seed with my committee, that that as we move through today and wherever we land today, that we acknowledge that perhaps through attachments or addendums that on this report, that in fact, all of the, I don't even call them special interest group, all of the public comments will carry forward. And in fact, perhaps we could have a bring forward to 1 year from today, where in fact, one of the things that happens is we pass a bylaw and then everybody's going, oh, I don't like this bylaw. Hey, wait a minute. What about, when are we ever going to look at that again? And I'm suggesting that perhaps this is a work in progress and that this bylaw, wherever we get to with this bylaw this round, that then we do commit to the public to review it in 12 months, and that would be with a new council. Thank you.
So I hear what you're saying, Councillor Zavitz. I believe that discussion would be appropriate when this comes back to us after this meeting with the revisions. And if Planning Committee recommends to Council that we like this and we want the new bylaw, I think that's when that would be dealt with. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much, Chair Bridgman. As you put sort of a placeholder or an idea for, I'll call it wet slips in boathouses. On the same vein, whether council or committee is aware or not, there's another significant and even probably more so significant emerging issue regarding boathouses that I would like to at least have a conversation about. And that is, we know the height is 25 feet if I'm entitled to a 2-story boathouse. But what's going on in the public is that people are taking the entire boathouse, and you could build a boathouse with a maximum lot 48 feet wide by 50 feet out, or 2,400 square feet. You could do a roof line at 2,400 square feet, all at 25 feet. And that's too much. It's not just the 650 square feet. And I'll explain more, but I just want to put a placeholder for that discussion as well going forward, because that is a significant emerging issue where people are, at the end of the day, potentially getting more than 650 in their boathouse.
Okay, we'll add that on to the discussion at the end then for sure. So, all right, so Mr. Sharp, how about we start with development on undersized lots? And I'm going to ask you to go through this again. And I think the other thing I'm going to ask is that you clarify for a lot of people, because I know there was some misunderstanding in the beginning that they thought that development rights were changing drastically. If you could just, we're not taking away any development rights here. So just to clarify that, because that was a misunderstanding in the beginning with this discussion. And so you look like you're not understanding what I'm saying. But okay, you know what? Just go ahead with what you want to say.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and I will do my best to try to underscore any clarifications that I can provide as I go through my comments. But perhaps if it's okay with you, what I would suggest is maybe we just go through each change and then I can turn it back over to you and have a look for comments, have a discussion about it. But basically, change A deals with the development of undersized lots. So for example, and to be clear, if we're an example would be a lot on Lake Muskoka. And in this case, the minimum lot frontage and lot area requirement for that lot, if it's zoned waterfront residential, to be considered a building lot would be 100 feet of straight line frontage and 15,000 square feet of lot area. So what we're talking about in regard to this change is a property with either a lesser frontage and or area than required in the bylaw, and the redevelopment of existing buildings and structures on that type of property and in that given situation. So for example, if you had a dwelling that was located on an undersized lot and say within a required side yard setback, the way that the bylaw is worded now, it would not permit that dwelling to be enlarged. And that interpretation is a relatively new interpretation that was uncovered in 2020 through input from two different solicitors, one representing a private landowner and then confirmed by our own solicitor. So there's a bit of a history to this. So essentially what the proposed change will do is it will essentially put back the interpretation that staff had always used, in that, in this case, the dwelling, in the example I provided, would be permitted to be enlarged, provided the enlarged portion complies with all required current day performance standards, setbacks, height, lot coverage, all of those considerations. So essentially that would be the intent. When staff brought forward the first iteration of the bylaw in September 2021, we initially had suggested that additions or increases in floor area to legal non-complying buildings and structures that are habitable on undersized lots should be prohibited. However, in July 2022, when we brought forward a second report summarizing what we had heard at the public meeting in September 2021, the direction from Planning Committee was to go the route that we're currently taking in the present iteration of the bylaw. So I would pass it over to you, Chair Bridgman. Happy to provide any clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so if I can summarize, for a number of years, we've been interpreting it one way. We got a legal opinion that said, no, it needs to be far more restrictive. And then through public input and you coming back to planning said, let's just make sure the bylaw lines up with what we've been doing for a long time, so we can just continue with that. Have I got that right? I'm just trying to help maybe some people listening in here.
That is correct, Chair Bridgman. That's an excellent summary, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee, any comments at all? I think we're probably all good with this section. Okay, Mr. Sharp, that's section A. Let's go now to section change B.
Yep, thank you, Chair Bridgman. And I won't spend a lot of time on this one, as there has been very little public comment or concerns raised in respect to this particular change. But all this change will do is it will provide some clarity with respect to the redevelopment of existing buildings and structures within a required side yard setback or front yard setback. And basically what it says is that increases in floor area and height are not permitted within the yards, but they would be permitted if they comply with yard requirements and all other requirements of the bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, committee comments? Everybody good with this? Okay, Mr. Sharp, that's change B. Now we're on to second story additions where lot coverage is exceeded.
Yes, so currently the zoning bylaw permits second story additions to buildings and structures on properties that exceed the maximum permitted lot coverage. So for example, if there's a property with a legal non-complying lot coverage amount on a waterfront residentially zoned property on Lake Muskoka, and say that the maximum in that particular instance would be 10% lot coverage, there's a legal non-complying amount on the property of say 15%. What this would do would allow a second story addition, provided that the cumulative floor area of all existing and proposed second stories does not exceed the maximum permitted lot coverage. So that permission exists in the bylaw today, and nothing is proposed to change in that regard. However, we heard from Planning Committee in July 2022 a desire to prohibit sun decks, second story sun decks and balconies in these particular situations where there's a second story addition being proposed. So we've brought forward the current draft bylaw with that prohibition proposed.
So just for clarity again, for everybody listening, Mr. Sharp, if you put a second story addition on that is 50% more, 50% of what the main story is, you still may not put on a sun deck, or I just want to make sure we're clear on this. It's a prohibition completely on the second floor of those sun decks and balconies.
So a second story addition would be permitted, say to a dwelling that's over lot coverage, provided the floor area of the second story doesn't exceed the maximum permitted lot coverage. And in cases where you have a situation where the lot coverage is exceeded and that lot coverage amount is legal non-complying, the proposal or the proposed change would it would prohibit a second story balcony and or second story sun deck, including additions to any existing balconies or sun decks in those particular instances.
That's just what I wanted to make sure we all understood. It's a prohibition, regardless of what size you put on that second story. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that too. Because you're already over coverage.
No, so just to clarify again, the second story addition would be permitted in this particular instance.
No, I understand that. So let me go back to numbers. You have 1,000 square foot place. You want to put 1,000 square feet. You want to put 750 square feet on the second floor. You may do that under this, but you've got 250 square feet you haven't used. Would you then be permitted to put a balcony or a sun deck on it? And I believe planning committee said, no, it's a complete prohibition, no matter what size you put. And I'm getting I just want to make sure we're clear on that in this bylaw.
That's correct. So if your property is over coverage, you're not permitted a second story balcony or a second story sun deck or an addition to any existing second story balcony or sun deck.
Thank you. I just think that's helpful again for the people listening in. Okay. All right. Any discussion, committee? Are we all good with this? Okay, Mr. Sharp, that's all good. Okay. Now we're to section D, which I know we're going to talk about, but maybe you can give us your wonderful schematics now would be really, really helpful. So this is the shoreline structures exceeding maximum permitted cumulative width.
Okay, it'll just take me a moment here to share my screen.
So Mr. Sharp has created some schematics for us. I sent him one of my rudimentary ones about 6:30 this morning, which, but the interesting part was I didn't even have this right. This is going to be very helpful, I think, for all of us.
Just one moment, I'm having a trouble sharing my screen here. I don't think I've been given the permissions.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. Okay, so maybe using this schematic, I'll do my best to explain what the current zoning bylaw allows so far as dock additions to docks that are legal non-complying because they are over width. So keep in mind that these drawings that I've put together at 6:30 this morning are rather rudimentary and they're not to scale. But I think it helps clarify and provide some insight into the discussion that we're having here today. So in this example, the subject property is developed with a dwelling and it has 300 feet of lot frontage. It's zoned waterfront residential and it's on Lake Muskoka. And the existing dock, which I've outlined in green, is legal non-complying because it's 200 feet in width. On this property, if it were a vacant lot, the maximum permitted width would be 75 feet. So again, the existing dock that's green is legal non-complying, it's 200 feet in width. What the bylaw would allow today is for that dock to be expanded by way of an addition within the existing width envelope. And I've identified an example in blue that helps demonstrate what that would look like. So the addition would be permitted, provided the width of the addition itself within the existing width envelope does not exceed 75 feet, which is the maximum amount that would be permitted on a vacant lot with 300 feet of lot frontage. The addition would need to comply with side yard setbacks and length. Maybe go to the next one, Lauren. Sorry, back to the other drawing, and then page 2. Yep, exactly. So this would be the proposed. So this would be the change to the bylaw. So again, we're dealing with the exact same property, and the existing dock is in green. And essentially what staff are proposing is that the permission be reduced by half. So instead of 75 feet, the permission would be reduced in this case to 37.5 feet. And that is the blue addition here. So it's still permitting an addition to the dock, just not to the extent that would otherwise be permitted today. And again, the addition would need to comply with side yard setbacks and length, and would need to be within the existing width envelope. And then if you can go to the third page, Lauren, please. I just put this together quickly because I just wanted to demonstrate part of the reason why staff struggle with the development rights that are afforded to legal non-complying over width docks. So in this particular example, it's the same property, same dock, 200 feet in width. But if a landowner were to propose even a 5-foot addition outside the existing width envelope in compliance with side yards and length, it would automatically trigger a requirement for a minor variance. So you'd be into, a planning process, opening it up for public comment. Whereas, as of right, you can put on quite a substantial addition. So this is part of why staff struggle. There's specific principles in the official plan that speak very strongly to controlling density and controlling built form along the waterfront. And we just, again, we're seeing these discrepancies, and it becomes difficult for staff, to justify some of the provisions in the bylaw. So I would just use these drawings as examples. Hopefully they're helpful. The other aspect of the proposed change, the same thinking applies to boathouses, but in this particular case, based on the direction that staff received in July 2022 from Planning Committee, there is a restriction on additions to boathouses. So those rights will be taken away, and one will not be able to expand a boathouse that's legal non-complying because it's over width. There would be a requirement to either A, bring it into compliance with the current permitted width through redevelopment, or apply for planning approval so that these particular situations can be dealt with on a case-by-case basis, looking at the site-specific considerations and all of the other factors that we typically look at through a planning application. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm happy. I would say this is probably the more technical consideration, and from what I'm hearing, one of the more concerning changes. So I would turn it back over to you, Chair Bridgman, and I'm happy to elaborate if needed. Thank you.
Hey, Lauren, don't take that down. I see you actually have the other the one that I tried to submit this morning. Can we bring that up? Because for me, this is what I interpreted as the major issue for a lot of people. So basically, this would be a current boathouse that needs an extension for a new boat or whatever. It would still be allowed to do this extension, even though you've got 200 feet of frontage. You actually have 66 feet of dock and boathouse here. You could, what I misinterpreted was I thought the whole width of the boathouse would be considered under the calculation of the footage, but it's only the extensions of the dock that would be considered. So I don't know that I'm doing this very well either, but the boathouse cannot be lengthened unless 16 feet of the open dock is removed. That would have been in the beginning. I misinterpreted that. So when we have boathouse extensions, it's just the fingers of the boathouse that would count under this new bylaw. Mayor Harding, I know you're looking at this too. No, really, I sent this in and mine actually showed that we had 8 feet. Like if this is 36 feet across, then that 36 feet is going to be part of the calculation. Well, Mr. Sharp corrected me this morning. That isn't what planning does. They only look at the fingers of the dock. So that eases a lot of the concern, I think. Is the percentage correct? As Mr. Sharp said, and I said this morning, you know, this is collaborative. I've lost his name, Mr. Van sent in a really good email about maybe 18% is appropriate, and he knows what he's doing. He's building them all the time. So that's why we're having this discussion now. Bryce, you may want to try to clarify what I probably just muddied the waters with. So.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I'll just take a moment just to go over your drawing, and thank you for going through the effort to to try to understand these changes. So basically, I think what you've indicated in your drawing is a lot with 200 feet of lot frontage. The current bylaw would allow additions 50 feet in width within the existing width envelope. The proposed change would reduce that in half. So the total cumulative width of the additions would be reduced to 25 feet in this particular instance. I think what I was hearing in some of the submissions was that there was a concern that a boathouse wouldn't be permitted to be expanded in a compliant way because there would be an inability to construct dock additions. So I just used your sketch as an opportunity just to demonstrate that in the case of a boathouse that has a wet slip, we would consider additions, provided the cumulative width of the additions didn't exceed the permitted maximum. So in this case, with the change to the bylaw, that would be 25 feet. So I just drew on here 2 blue additions, and we would consider the 10-foot addition plus 8 for a total of 18. And because this is a wet slip in here, we would exclude this area. Now, of course, a landowner would run into an issue if there was no wet slip. If it was just, a complete dock in here, then of course we would need to we would need to include the total width in the calculation, and that might bump it over the 25 feet. But again, hopefully that provides some clarification. Thank you.
Well, it does. And if it was a completely dry slip, it takes away the whole argument of I need to extend this for my new boat. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. And I'm going to go to our planning staff because my interpretation of our bylaw and what I have dealt with for my lifetime, as soon as you put even a 2-foot V at the end of that slip to walk in front of the boat, you now have a 36-foot wide dock. The V portion against the shore is not, whether it's 2 feet out or whether it's the full length 35 feet of your boathouse as a dry slip. As soon as there's a connection between your 2 docks of any variety, that is the shoreline structure. And I would also argue that as soon as you put a boathouse above it, you can't factor out or remove the slips, whether they're open to the shore or not. So if I can just ask that technical clarification, first of all, and then interesting, because I sent our planning department a diagram as well, just for illustrative purposes. So maybe someone confirmed that as soon as because I don't know too many boathouses that have docks to the shore and are totally open at the shore, as your diagram suggests.
Okay, I believe Mr. Pink would like to answer this, Mr. Sharp.
If David's speaking, we can't hear him, just so you know.
I've been muted this whole time. I guess it helps when there's screen sharing. I don't see everyone pointing at their ears. I thought I had a really good explanation there. I'm going to try to repeat it. Your worship, I believe you are correct. The addition of a blue V at shore would count towards the dock width. However, again, and this is a rudimentary sketch, presumably that dock shore connection or V likely already exists, in which case we're looking at the blue additions, which would comply. But if your boathouse is actually configured like this is sketched out, and you were looking to add a dock at the shore to connect, then yes, it would be that that full width. But again, I think that's likely not overly common. It's likely not designed in that fashion. You're looking to extend the fingers. There's no limit to the number of fingers you can extend. We just cumulatively add up their widths, and provided they comply with the width, that's how the rules have always been written and interpreted. Hope that helps clarify.
Follow up, Mayor Harding?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, that is a different interpretation that I've understood. So I'm a little more comfortable with a 50% of docks extended at that particular point, because we're only calculating the finger or the extension portion. So I really need to rethink and redigest this. I'm wondering whether or not the clerk can share my rudimentary diagram, if I may, because I think we've run into these problems in the past, and this is what I do believe is a problem. Oh, can we rotate that, or we'll have to turn our head sideways? I apologize for my rudimentary sketch here. The issue, are we rotating? Trying to rotate. Keep going to the right, right. One more, up. Wrong one. Okay, clerk's trying to get there. Just because this is what I understood is the issue with the current bylaw, and which I would agree is an issue. If I can get that sketch up. And we just see black, Lauren.
So we're trying. If not, we'll bring it back up the way it was, and we'll all
turn our
we'll
computers.
all just turn our heads, right? Or computers. Yeah. Okay, just give us another minute.
Not a problem. I'm good with a sideways view. I think David has a copy of it as well.
Okay, we have 3 people working on it now here, so I'm sure it'll be good in a minute, and then we'll all practice our yoga, stretch your neck stuff.
Turn our computers.
That I know. It was such an easy answer.
Oh, I like Gord's.
Go for it.
There we go. Oh,
we had it.
maybe scroll. We can go back sideways.
think we're having trouble just bringing it up again. Can you send it really quickly again?
Yep.
And then I think we need to save it. Oh, save it as an attachment and then email it out? Is that what you're asking? Okay. Okay, so this is really important. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break now because I was going to have one in 10 minutes anyway. And we'll get that all organized and then we can come back. This is really important. So let's come back at 10:25.
I got to say, I really love playing with crayons. It's great. It really helps.
It's therapeutic is what it is, Councillor Roberts. Okay, we'll see everybody in 10 minutes. Okay, if I could get everybody back now, I think our technical end is good. I did not ask if it's been rotated, I have to admit, Mayor Harding. So,
I saw it showing up vertical, so I think we're good to go.
okay. Okay, I'm sure Councilor Mazan and Zavitz will be back momentarily. So, all right, if we can bring up Mayor Harding's sketch and you can carry on, Mayor Harding, in your points.
Okay, thank you. Excuse, and some of my dimensions are going to be wrong, but directionally, I think that's what we need to understand. Dare I ask us to sort of zoom in on the first little upper icon photo? That's great. So this is what we currently have. And my math doesn't add up, but again, it's directionally. So we've got somebody who's got a 60-foot wide dock, but they're only entitled to a 50-foot dock. They've got a boathouse that's 30 feet wide, 40 feet out. They would be entitled by our current bylaw to build a new 50-foot wide dock out to 66 feet. So that would be bad. I've got a boathouse on one side and I've built this whole big party dock, if you will, or whatever you want to call it, an additional structure that wasn't there today. And as we've heard, many of the old crib docks sort of went across the shore because they were in shallow water. So they really didn't go as far out anywhere near the 50 feet for the boathouse or 66 feet for dock. So item number one would certainly be bad as a planning process. If we can scroll down a little bit, based on the current bylaw drafted, if we did the 50% of the entitlement, so I'd allow, as opposed to a 50-foot expansion, I'd get a 25-foot expansion. Save and accept what I just heard from Mr. Pink, the fingers expanding, but I could only expand 25% or 25 feet of the boathouse that's 30 feet wide, so that wouldn't work. Or forget that, I could still build a 25-foot by 66-foot dock further down the shore. Again, I think we're compounding the shoreline structures. I think the best method forward would be if you go down a little bit further to the final one. And I want to remind everybody of one thing, because we just, or in this term of council, we have changed our official plan. We have put in there, I'm just going to grab the words that I'm missing. In our official plan, we talk about where generations live and gather. We want to enjoy recreation, history, and the small town character. These will be protected and enhanced. And one of the things that makes Muskoka, I think, unique is some of these legal non-conforming structures. And for us to put everything into conformity in everything we do, we will lose much of this character that defines who we are. I don't want to exacerbate it. If they're 60-foot dock and they're only entitled to 50, I believe if you want 61 feet, you should be coming for a variance beyond our total bylaws. So that I fully agree with. But my suggestion is to leave the bylaw the way it is, not the 50% expansion or any of that, but to make sure that any new development is incorporated into a build envelope that surrounds the current largest expansion, meaning I could expand my boathouse and docks around the boathouse in that envelope. So I'm not building anything wider on the shore. I'm not building more development on two sides of the shore. It's all being contained within the single building envelope. And I think that may help get us to our finish line, eliminating the first two problems as stated above in my comment. And I think that might be a solution to our problem versus the calculation of now it's a finger, now it's not a dock. And that just scares me as we move forward. So I'd like to potentially tackle this problem slightly differently. And I have argued and made the comment before that if I'm looking directly on the shore, if a dock, I can see 100 feet of dock width, which is over build. I can't tell how far out it comes into the lake. The profile down the shore and the straight on are two mutually exclusive dimensions. So any expansion of one or the other don't compound a problem. They could in the first two examples, because I now see two structures, but one I don't believe really compounds. So I'd love to look at or have planning staff comment about having the expansion over the existing largest part of the structure as a right and not a separate new structure. I'll leave my comments at that. Thanks.
So Mayor Harding, can I just, now I need a little clarification. I got you. If there's a structure, let's say you had a 60 feet here, but there wasn't a boathouse at the time, then you're going to be limited to putting up whatever for that 50 feet. I just help me if there isn't a boathouse.
So I don't think we've ever come across a 3 foot wide dock across the shore with 60 feet wide. There's always going to be a dock somewhere, and whatever the furthest out dock is, that must be encapsulated within the building envelope of the new build. So forget the 25% or 50% of the legal, just put a building envelope within the current largest or furthest extent structure. Maybe a dock, maybe a boathouse, whatever's one's larger, that's where it has to go, or variance required.
Thank you, that helped me. Mr. Sharp or Mr. Pink, would you'd like to, I know it's new, but could you give us your initial thoughts? I think it's Mr. Sharp.
Sure, I can do my best, and Mr. Pink may wish to jump in. I think I understand what Mayor Harding is suggesting. I suppose my only concern is that, you know, when we went back to the drawing board, Mr. Pink and I thought about our options, and we really tried to bring forward something that was simple for staff and the public to understand, in the hope that, you know, that we could, you know, make things more efficient for us and for the public landowners. And this may be complicated. I mean, it's difficult sometimes to have these technical discussions and gain a full understanding. So that, I think that would be my first comment. The second comment is that my only concern is that we're going to, you know, for maintaining the right so far as width is concerned. Ultimately, I think, you know, staff are still going to be concerned about built form, and I think ultimately we're trying to do a better job of controlling density and built form along the waterfront. But I do, you know, certainly I do see the merit in eliminating the opportunity for sort of, you know, these large fingers that can extend off a dock separate from a boathouse. I certainly do appreciate the merit in that, and you know, I would throw it back to you, Chair Bridgman, for further discussion. Mr. Pink may have some comments as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Harding.
Yeah, just a supplemental comment. And I understand the concept of simplicity. Right now, it is simple. I can expand my 25%, my docks, and let's just talk about a dock expansion. What I have noted, and I've heard staff note, is that I have this here, but I build an entire new structure over here at the 25%. As soon as it's incorporated, I think we are truly reducing the structure on the water. And I think the other thing that I state, if I'm looking directly on, I can't tell how far out 5%, 10%, or 25% of that structure comes at me. There's no difference. If I'm looking down the shoreline, I can't tell whether that dock down the shoreline is covering 50 feet, 75 feet, or 100 feet, because linearly I can't, my depth perception is never there. So I think this solves the issue of 2 new docks, or I got in a boathouse and now I want to build a party dock because the one dimension is too small. It's really encapsulating them into one as if it was a new lot, but allowing, and again, if I'm allowed a 75-foot dock on my 300-foot lot, my fear is somebody is at 80 feet, only 5 feet over. We're going to have some significant restrictions in there that, you know, don't really allow for understanding of what the lot is. So I get it when somebody's got a 300-foot wide dock, we don't want to allow too much, but I think this is another way to approach this that solves the boathouse problem and solves all the other little issues we've faced. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, committee, is there anybody else who has any comments on this? Or maybe we can just review it one more time so we all know that we're understanding it, including me, actually. All right, so Councillor Edwards?
Yes, sorry. For some reason, Bill's drawing did not come up on my screen. It was just that little circle going around. So if you could send that, I could look at it later on. But one of the things that we have to remember is our strategic plan says protect the environment. So that's what we have to look at to see how we can best handle it. But I'll definitely review everything. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and this may be premature, but right now, I came into this meeting thinking I understood this, and if anything, I think I've been pushed backwards. And I heard even some of planning staff suggesting that we'll do the best, given that it's new information. Whatever we do today, I think we got to be really careful to take the time to understand and digest this, because I don't think this is all. Certainly, I can tell you, it's not all as I understood it coming into the meeting. That's it from me.
Okay, so anybody else have any other thoughts? And I agree. It's obviously it is of a huge concern to our constituents for one thing. And we've had a new suggestion from Mayor Harding on how we might be able to tackle this. And certainly our planning staff hasn't had time to go through all the potential options, potential outcomes of that. So I think Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I just contemplating it for a few minutes. I think it's something that could be done. It's just a matter of how can it be done in a way that it can be understood by, a layperson reading the bylaw, and how can it be, conveyed to staff so that they can then convey it to the public. But I think there's all different kinds of ways to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish here. So certainly, I don't think anything's off the table. So, I would just make that comment for committee's consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Sharp. I think what I may be hearing is that it's still a little confusing for some of us. And I'm going to suggest, and then Councillor Mazan, I will go to you, that I conceptually, I like what Mayor Harding has just said. I think we probably need our planning people to come back with explanations and our charts, because that's the picture's worth 1,000 words for someone like me. I have to tell you. So that's just my thought at this point. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. And I'm somewhat repeating, but I do think I think Mr. Sherbuck was saying the importance of clarity and consistency. He said something else, but that resonated with me. And I think the waters have gotten quite a bit muddied, not for a bad reason. I think that's actually good. But I think maybe the starting point needs to be clarity on the issues that planning have identified, right? And making sure that's the clear, this is the problem we're trying to solve. So then as we approach it and have these pictures, and I do agree with that, we need to have visual, it becomes much easier for everybody to understand, okay, this is what we're trying to solve. And I would like to pick up on a comment that was made by one of the delegates earlier today, just saying that they had ideas. I've heard a lot of what we don't want, but I'm very much interested to hear other ideas similar to what Mayor Harding just brought forward as to how to solve the actual problem we're trying to solve. So just clarity, but let's start with with a very clear idea up front. This is what we're trying to solve. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Sharp, I'm going to ask you, because I thought I understood. And from my perspective, we get these legal non-conforming applications in where they want everything that is available today, and they don't want to give up anything else. So these oversized docks, they want to still be able to do this, the 66 feet. And I think that's what we're trying to deal with, is limiting that built form on properties that already are far over what our current bylaws are. But Mr. Sharp, maybe you've got a better way of explaining that.
Okay, so for example, on Lake Muskoka, I've got 200 feet of lot frontage. I'd be permitted a 50-foot wide dock. If I wanted to increase that by a foot, I'd be into a minor variance process. However, with the current bylaw, as it's worded with the provision, if I have, a 100-foot wide dock, I'm permitted to expand it within the existing width envelope out to 66 feet. And provided the cumulative width of the addition doesn't exceed 50 feet and side yard setbacks comply. So I think, that's what we struggle with, right? Is just, that discrepancy and official plan policy direction. And I guess just to clarify, like ultimately what we're proposing here, so far as the change is concerned, is ultimately just a reduction of half of what is otherwise permitted today for docks. You still can go out to 66 feet. It's just half the width. The permitted width is being cut in half. So, and ultimately what we're trying to accomplish here, or the idea is that I think staff feel that the permissions that are afforded to overwidth shoreline structures are out of sync with what would otherwise be permitted for compliant development on a lot. We just feel that it's not appropriate in the context of official plan policies, and we're concerned about built form and density along the waterfront. We have very strong policy in those areas, and I'm certainly open to going back to the drawing board. I think Mr. Harding has made a great suggestion for an idea that can be explored. If committee is interested in us exploring that idea further, we can certainly do so and come back to you. It's just I would appreciate some concrete direction on how we're going to handle this, or what your suggestions would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. And I do agree. We're trying to cut back on some of those rights from the non-complying. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I want to recount one of the reasons that I think we need to control the width of new development. Let's take the same. I've got a 100-foot wide dock. I'm entitled to 75, which based on what's being proposed today, we're allowed 37 feet of increased dock width. Based on what I heard this morning, that if I do a 4-foot extension on one dock and a 4-foot, that's only 8 feet. I could take that 100 feet and I could do 9 66-foot docks at 4 feet in length right across the entire 100 feet. I don't think anyone on this committee wants to see a dockominium put across the 100 feet with 9 4-foot docks that in total now equal, because that really compounds the problem. So that's why I'm looking at this building envelope to the maximum of whatever that dock width is. And I think that may get us to the ultimate desired finish line where people have abused the issue today. So that's why I really want to look at it. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe committee, are we going to ask our planning staff to have a look at Mayor Harding's suggestion, which really controls the building envelope? As you said, it pulls it in. Would we like that to be part of what comes back? And I think Mr. Sharp said it's making an awful lot of sense to me as a first run through. So, okay, Mr. Sharp, that goes back into that. And so anyone else here want to make a comment? Councillor Mazan?
Thank you, and through you. And this is perhaps just a process thing, but given some of the delegates were indicating they're the ones who are doing the work, they'd like to input their ideas. Just want to make sure that they are hearing this idea and making sure they are contributing to this thinking to support staff, right? And as we get to this finish line, as Mayor Harding says. So thanks. I don't know what the process is, but if they just simply send in their ideas to staff, or staff needs to reach out to them, I'll leave that with staff to figure out. Thank you.
Well, we've certainly already had some good input, I think, from some of the builders. So, and I think all I can do is reiterate, please contact our planning staff. Okay, so anyone else at this point? So, Mr. Sharp, we're obviously not at the point where we're going to move forward with this section. We need to come back, but I think we now have an understanding what we're dealing with and what these changes meant. So can I suggest that you bring that back in whatever your timely manner is, this particular section updated to incorporate Mayor Harding's thoughts into that? Suggestions?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm wondering, but I'm a little far ahead of myself. There may be sections of this that hopefully we can move ahead after today, and other sections that we obviously need more review on. I'm not sure the legality of that, but we'll review that a little bit later. All right, so that was section D. Section E is accessory structure building height in the waterfront residential zones. So, Mr. Sharp, just a review.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. This one's pretty straightforward. We've heard time and time again from people in the know, the builders in the community, that it's difficult to achieve a second-story sleeping cabin on a land-based accessory building when the height limitation is 20 feet. I would note that where two-story boathouses are permitted, the maximum height is 25 feet. So the suggested change is in the waterfront designation, properties that are zoned waterfront residentially, to permit a two-story accessory building that contains a sleeping cabin to be 25 feet in height. And the hope is that that will, bring the bylaw more in line with the desired architectural considerations amongst our landowners, and reduce the number of variances that staff have to deal with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee, any discussion? Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. I guess the one question I ask is, and I've just built a garage, do not have living accommodations upstairs, but was forced to be able to create storage to walk around at 6'2", to have an extremely shallow roof on the second story, so that I could walk around and not bump my head. I'm wondering, as we're looking at controlling plumbing and we're looking at all those other things that will limit the ability for that garage, and I'll call it a garage, to become a sleeping cabin or second accommodation, why couldn't we make all of those go from 20 feet to 25 feet, whether it's sleeping cabin or not, just for a little bit of added space? And also, I mean, I've got snow load issues already on my new build because of the low slope roof. If I was able to get a few more feet, I think it might have solved my problem. Just a question.
Mr. Sharp, would you have any concerns with that?
Anything's possible if that's the will of committee. You could certainly do that. I know that part of the reason why we're bringing forward restrictions on plumbing is because there is a concern among staff and the public that these buildings are being used for habitable purposes. So an increase in height to a accessory building that doesn't contain a sleeping cabin use may invite habitable use. That would, just thinking off the top of my head, that would be my first concern or thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pink.
Thank you. I believe, and again, the intent of a height limitation is to obviously control massing and build form. So the use within should not matter. I think, to be honest, I believe why the bylaw is written that way is, if you recall, the first draft of the bylaw was limiting the number of two-story accessory buildings in an attempt to control that illegal habitable use. So I think it is somewhat a bit of a relic in that regard, and we kept forward the wording that the 25 feet was allowed because at the time we were only contemplating two-story accessory buildings where a sleeping cabin was allowed. We weren't considering two-story storage buildings anymore. So I think it can largely be addressed, but Mr. Sharp makes a good point. I think I believe the next section or discussion is on controlling those use of accessory buildings. So you need to think of it somewhat in tandem, but I don't have any concerns if we're trying to control massing and are okay with 25 feet in height. It shouldn't matter what the use within is in that regard. And I think that would simplify the bylaw as well for the community and staff. So I think, again, that might have been a bit of a leftover from the original draft.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zabas.
Thank you. And through you, before the train gets here, I certainly support the mayor's comments on the 25 feet. Thank you.
Okay, committee, would I have, I guess, just a straw vote, 25 feet on all accessory buildings? Are we in favor of that? Okay, Mr. Sharp, you got your direction on that?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. If I may just clarify, I don't think the intention would be necessarily to increase the height of all accessory buildings to 20 feet. And Mr. Pink, you may wish to jump in here with your thoughts, but there are certain accessory structures that are permitted within 66 feet from the high water mark on waterfront residentially zoned properties, specifically a sauna, a gazebo, and a pump house. And there's limitations. I believe the max is 15 feet. So the intention wouldn't be to allow an increase in those particular instances. I think, if I'm hearing correctly, the increase to 25 feet would be both for a 2-story accessory building containing a sleeping cabin and a 2-story accessory building containing storage above. Just wanted to get some clarity there. Thank you.
I believe that's the case. Councillor Edwards?
I was just going to say that was my thought, and that too. Another thing that we could do, it was mentioned about windows being 6 foot high in storage buildings, and that because, you know, no matter what you do, people are going to contravene the bylaws we have, and that. So, you know, that was a good point that one of the public made. Thank you.
Okay, so, and actually, committee, you're correct, Councillor Edwards, you can still get your light in, but it's not going to be the picture window for the storage, for the storage unit. All right, so committee, do I have agreement that we want to limit the windows? The windows have to be at least 6 feet up from the floor? Any comments on that? I can see Councillor Nishikawa wants to say something. And Councillor Edwards, your hand is still up. I'm not sure that you meant that. Councillor Nishikawa, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think my concern would be to hear from a fire chief, quite frankly, because there are some notations in the building code that suggest that a space needs to have an exit, not just a door. So I think I would want to have some comments on that restriction of having a window at 6 feet high. I actually find it an unusual height, quite frankly, and even from a construction perspective, when your roof lines start coming down, depending on I don't know how this is going to work at 6 feet. So I certainly have a concern from a fire exit discussion.
Fair comment. So I'm sure we'll get the answer to that Mayor Harding?
I think I agree with Councillor Nishikawa, trying to get building code, fire chief, all of those. I think the other thing that I would throw out is, though we've been on this bylaw and talking about regulation for many months now with the public, a 6 foot high window restriction is something that's being introduced today. So I'd really like to understand that from the public's perspective before we pass a bylaw potentially and implement some significant changes. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, I know you're going to have some really valuable input for us.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Bridgman. Obviously, through the permit process, we would ensure that exiting requirements are met. Exits can be accommodated by window. They don't have to be accommodated by window. Doors obviously can act as exits. So a second or multiple doors where required could be accommodated without impacting window height that you're considering today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Pink would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify process a little bit because it seems like the window issue was raised in the middle of the height of accessory building section. I think we're conflating a few issues here. I believe the next section we want to talk about, section F, is controlling the use within accessory buildings. And within that, Mr. Moran did make some suggestions, one of which is to control the height of windows. And just to be clear, what we're trying, I think, that's a useful discussion. And to further the mayor's comments, I agree, any change of that nature, if committee wishes to consider it, would likely necessitate an additional public meeting on that draft to get that public input. That's a fairly substantial change in a new direction. I think and again, so I look forward to that discussion, but just to be clear and framing it, the Planning Act does allow the municipality in a zoning bylaw to regulate the minimum elevation of windows and doors. And I believe Mr. Moran's suggestion is to control the use and to prevent illegal living space within accessory buildings. We could put in a zoning bylaw that no window be permitted in a garage or storage building unless it's 6 feet high above grade. And it would prevent the floor to ceiling windows that we do often see in these accessory buildings currently being constructed. So again, I think we've moved, just to be clear, so that staff's clear, I believe the section E on increasing the height to 25 feet, I believe we got clear direction. I don't know if Mr. Sharp wants to introduce section F further, but it is the other weighty issue, I think, before us today on the use within accessory buildings, and controlling the placement of windows is raised. Happy to go much further depth on the number of options, but we've heard all kinds of ideas to trying to control the issue that we're looking to control, and I look forward to the discussion amongst committee on that.
Thank you, Mr. Prinks. So we will move that discussion to the next section. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, just a quick note picking up on what David has said. Windows, what about double and triple doors? I mean, that'll be the next thing. If we make 6 foot high windows, then they'll be putting in 4 and 6 pane doors, if you will, sliding, whatever. So is that something that can be contemplated as well, I guess, to David's point?
So I'm going to, that's in the next section, or would you like to answer it now? Okay, we'll answer it now. Just a sec.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. I think just to quickly summarize, the various options at the last public meeting, the last draft of the bylaw, we proposed controlling the number and size of accessory buildings and their heights. In the current draft, it's plumbing. What we've heard about is wall partitions, restrictions on sun decks, and controlling the height of doors. Any combination of those or any number of those may be good solutions. They all have their pros and cons. I think Councillor Zavitz sort of hit the nail on the head on one of the cons of controlling the windows. You likely will then see doors, and we can control the elevation of doors as well. Obviously, it's an effort more to do with flood restrictions, but I don't think we'd write a bylaw that prohibits doors in storage buildings or garages. People are going to likely then construct or propose large accessory buildings with large double and triple doors that can then go to the ground that will largely function as windows. So no matter what the municipality does, creative people will find ways around, and that's probably one of the drawbacks of that option. And again, happy to hear the discussion on the others, or what committee feels is most appropriate.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's finish off the height, and I believe we had clarity that the 25 feet. Excuse me, Mr. Sharp clarified not the gazebo, not the sauna, etc. So are we all in agreement on moving that to 25 feet on accessory buildings, with the exception of the ones that Mr. Sharp mentioned? Okay, Mr. Sharp, I think you have that. And now let's get to the accessory buildings, the next one, Mr. Sharp, where we'll move some of the discussion from the last to here. You're muted, Mr. Sharp.
Sorry about that. Yes, thank you. The next change has to do with limitations or prohibition on plumbing in accessory buildings and structures in the waterfront designation. So the change would prohibit in all accessory structures and buildings except in a sleeping cabin, sauna, pump house, in the first story of a boathouse. So plumbing would be prohibited in all accessory structures and buildings except a sleeping cabin, sauna, pump house, and the first story of a boathouse. And the change also provides a definition of plumbing. We've received comments from Mr. Snyder, the township's chief building official, with some suggested changes to the definition of plumbing to include the conveyance of sanitary waste, and a suggestion that the definition include components of supply, waste, and vent piping. And he's likely he's ultimately the expert with respect to the Ontario Building Code and some of the nuances here. So he may wish to clarify that suggestion and his reasoning for doing so. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll turn it back over to you for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, would you like to chime in right now?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think the suggested revision to the definition of plumbing was with the intent of some concerns raised around hose bibs, so that there is potential for water supply to these accessory buildings, but that it's not plumbing. And the building code is clear on there are exemptions from plumbing where there isn't, or maybe I should restate that a plumbing system is comprehensive of all supply, drain, waste, and venting. So a system that includes only a water supply is not considered plumbing. If that helps to clarify the issue, I'm happy to answer any subsequent questions.
So help me out, Mr. Snyder. I think what you're saying to me is if you had, I don't know, you wanted to create a building and you had your art studio there, you could have a cold water tap running into that. And it doesn't count as plumbing. I think that's what I heard.
Correct. A plumbing system has to incorporate the supply and the direction of waste to the septic. A cold water supply for the purposes, for example, a hose bib on the exterior of your cottage would not be considered plumbing. The perhaps inference that adding water supply to a building is considered plumbing is maybe a misnomer or incorrect.
Okay, I'm following you now. Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate Mr. Snyder's comments about what is plumbing, what is not. I guess the question to me, I agree, a cottage, a sleeping cabin certainly need a full plumbing system within them. I believe that a washroom is appropriate in a boathouse, in the first story of a boathouse, regardless of where the sleeping cabin is or not. I'm concerned that we would allow plumbing in a pump house. I'm not sure why I need to go flush a toilet in an area where I'm keeping my water pump should something happen to my water or to my cottage and I want to hook up the water pump. I also not quite sure in the sauna, I may in the sauna want some water to put on the hot rocks, but I'm not sure that I need a bathroom in the sauna specifically. So those two I will leave alone. I do believe that if I'm working in the garage, I might like a toilet sometimes. And I think that's okay. And I think in the garage in particular, it should be limited to the first floor. I don't believe you need to have plumbing on the second floor. Keep it down on the first floor. And I think that again will solve much of our problems as we go forward. So I think we need a little more thought as to why we're putting them in a sauna and a pump house. How many applications are we getting these days? And Mr. Snyder can probably in our building permits are putting them in those buildings. But I think on a garage first floor in particular, it is appropriate. I could lose the shower, but I think on the others we need it.
Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Pink come in before Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Through to your worship, I'm not aware of any washrooms in pump houses. We do see them perhaps the odd time in saunas. But I believe the clarification that Mr. Snyder very helpfully provided subsequent to our draft, I think clarifies that. And certainly the intention was never to prohibit exterior hose bibs or even interior hose bibs. And I think the change to that definition addresses it. And I agree completely, saunas and pump houses can be removed from those exclusions. We wouldn't see or permit washrooms within it. I think it was Bryce and I's initial thoughts that there's going to be pipes in a pump house. It's going to involve water, so therefore we needed to include it. But I appreciate Mr. Snyder's suggestions, very helpful, and I think that addresses that issue.
Okay, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I just wanted to make one comment because I heard in some of the public submissions that we shouldn't be conflating building code issues and zoning issues. And I think that those comments were directed at the prohibition on plumbing. Just to remind committee that in July 2022, we did bring a report forward to you with the suggestion of a prohibition on plumbing, and Mr. Pink and I had run that prohibition by our solicitor and received confirmation that plumbing is something that can be addressed through zoning. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So now I'm going to ask committee, because I think we went into certainly Mr. Pierce's comments about why are we not limiting the number of accessory buildings, and even back from the waterfront. It seems to me that if you limit the buildings, maybe you don't need to limit the plumbing, but I'm just going to throw that out if anyone would like to re-enter that discussion. I know it was there, it was taken out, but perhaps with more discussion, we want to look at that again. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, a couple of comments from the public delegations this morning were quite insightful. I think I wrote this one down. Mr. Donaldson said, cottagers in Muskoka are going to do what they want to do. And I think we probably already have a sense for that. But I also think that highlights perhaps what Mr. Pierce suggested, which is to the extent we try to achieve our desired end by doing things by limiting plumbing, we just tie our hands in terms of enforcement. If we go ahead with this the way it's drafted, and I know we've discussed and debated it, but if we go ahead with this the way it's drafted, we are down to peering in windows, and we are down to being suspicious and looking for pipes and looking for all sorts of different ways that, quite frankly, are easy to sneak into a structure after the building permit is and the final inspection is done. It's forcing me to sit back and think that perhaps, as you have just mentioned, where we started with a limitation on the number of structures, that's easy. That's easy to count. You can do that with an aerial photograph. You don't need to be looking under doors and looking for plumbing stacks disguised as cupolas or whatever was suggested. So to the extent we're serious about controlling this kind of activity, we sure are tiptoeing around the fringe of how to get at the control that we seem to want to take over it. And in the process, what I think we're really going to be doing is frustrating the public who can see what's really going on, and frustrating our bylaw enforcement people who I frankly just don't know how you police the encroachment of plumbing from one floor into another after the permits are closed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm confused about a number of comments. And so one of the things that struck me was the number of structures. But we were championing for many years the potting concept. And I don't want to lose that. That's an important part. And I hear people saying we don't need all these cottages. But I know families that are very, very tight. I mean, they work and live together, like they are very, very tight. And in fact want that experience. They want to be close to all of their family. They don't want to have to go driving a half an hour to get to, you know, their kids' cottage to visit the grandkids. Like they want to have that experience, and that has been a long-standing experience in Muskoka. So I'm not sure where that all comes into play anymore, and I'm not even sure if it's part of a discussion, because I've just gotten off. I can't keep track of all the comments being made. I'll just say that. Thank you.
Well, just help me out, Councillor Nishikawa, because it sounds to me like you're suggesting more than one residence on a waterfront property. That is what you're, I just wanted to clarify.
No, I should clarify that, because in fact, I could be corrected, or tell me if there is a definition about that potting, because years ago we did have that definition. There could be one main building that has the kitchen and living room kind of thing, but the bedrooms are in a separate structure. Whatever that looks like. Sometimes there's a breezeway attached. You know, we've seen lots of different variations of this, and certainly we've seen this on islands and historic situations where, you know, the pathways to these smaller sleeping accommodations. So I guess it's, again, I don't want to cloud things, but I'm concerned that it's going to get missed in this conversation.
No, thank you for that. And I see Director Pink has his site on it, and that's the first time I've heard the term potting, I will admit. So if maybe you can help me with that too, Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you, not sure I can help with the term, but I have heard it called that before as well. What I would say is the zoning bylaw has always been very clear. You're only allowed one principal main dwelling, one sleeping cabin. Those have to be within their own contained buildings. I believe what Councillor Nishikawa was referring to, we have had a very small handful of proposals over the years. I can recall, I believe 3 in approximately the last 20 years, happen to be on islands, I believe 2 of them, where owners have come forward and proposed a style of building that would allow a kitchen building, a living building, and various sleeping buildings throughout. And through very strict controls of that zoning bylaw amendment and various agreements, I believe those have been approved. But just to be very clear, the zoning bylaw has never allowed that. In each of those situations, property owners would have to come forward, make application, come before planning committee, council to get approval to do so. So the draft bylaw before you, I don't believe would implicate that in any way. It's currently not allowed and wouldn't be allowed going forward. Property owners can always come forward to council and ask for exemptions and plead their case.
Thank you. Mayor Harding, or yeah, Mayor Harding.
Yeah, thank you very much. Part of our control over development, or probably the single largest factor, is that of lot coverage. And that regulates itself. And why do we always add 11% and people want something more? They're not putting up extra cottages on their property when they max out their main cottage and or a sleeping cabin. Mr. Pierce made a comment, and I take it to heart, because once you move back further from the lake, who cares? And that, I think, is something we need to consider. We always talk about second cottages, and I want to just make sure, I mean, that are we interchanging cottage with what I'll call habitable space? Is habitable space a cottage? So the fact that I've got a 10 by 10 shed that has a bed that twice a year when Aunt Marge shows up can sleep in the 10 by 10 shed, is that really causing an issue within Muskoka? Because I'm going to suggest 25% of our properties have that 10 by 10 shed with a bed in there. And I personally don't believe that that is our issue. What I do believe is an issue when separate families are operating independently in 2 properties and continue to utilize the waterfront, and multiple families can operate independently in multiple buildings. So that, I think, is what we need to really realize and what we're controlling. So maybe we make the accessory buildings 100 feet back. And then again, let lot coverage continue. That I think might solve much of our problem. Maybe we limit the size, and we've talked about that. Maybe you're allowed one garage at 2,000, but you could have 2,000 square foot buildings without kitchens in them. You want to have a washroom, you have a washroom. But predominantly people aren't, I don't believe, living in a 300 square foot building with their family of 5 utilizing the waterfront. So to Councillor Nishikawa's perspective, and Mr. Pink made it, a lot of Muskoka was founded on the dining hall and multiple little cabins that people slept in and walked to the dining hall. And they happened on islands. Closest to me is Woodmere Island around the corner, and spectacular old historic Muskoka property that we technically wouldn't allow today. But, you know, sometimes it's not too bad to put Uncle Joe in another cabin that we don't have to be kept awake with the freight train all night long. I'll leave it at that.
I was just going to say you could be a nice nephew and offer your bed to old Aunt Marg. You take the cabin. Anyway, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you. Is there any way that we can limit accessory buildings to having a bathroom sink and a toilet and outdoor tubs? You get to water your garden, you get to wash your car, and it has to be on the first floor. And that's it. That way, your septic will say how many of these you can have. The environment will be protected because you won't have people running around. You won't have dishwashers, laundry facilities, tubs or showers in your accessory building. So that kind of leads away from making it livable. If you need to do laundry or have a shower, you go to the main house. Is there any way of doing that?
Mr. Sharp, then we get into enforcement after, I think, but Mr. Sharp, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Certainly, you know, that can be considered. I guess off the top of my head, my concern would be that, you know, we may be inviting owners to then tie into the plumbing that's inside the building for, you know, reasons that wouldn't otherwise be permitted. In the bylaw, the way that the bylaw is drafted now, it wouldn't prohibit someone from having a hose bib, interior or exterior. So nothing would restrict that with the proposal. But you know, if committee is interested, as I heard, I believe it was Mayor Harding that had indicated a desire to permit a washroom, so a 2-piece toilet and sink, but only in the first story. You know, that's an option if that's the direction that committee wants to head with this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to now throw this out because the more I'm thinking about this, our enforcement issue is never going away, to Councillor Kelly's point. And so maybe, and this is one of the things about so much discussion coming back, I'm going to suggest that perhaps we go back to limiting our 2 accessory buildings, maybe 100 feet back. I'm not sure what the exact amount is. And they can have plumbing in them. But then we're down to only 2 extra accessory buildings, limiting the size so we don't have a whole family living in them. It's going to be tied into the septic permit. And then we are out of having to try to do enforcement on that. Does anybody have an appetite for sort of reopening that part of the discussion? Because to me, it makes more sense. To me, it makes more sense than what we're talking about now in terms of plumbing with X number of buildings, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm at committee's thoughts on that. Mayor Harding?
Thanks. I'm not opposed to looking at that. I know that every individual property might be somewhat different. And if I've got a large backland and I want to build a big garage for my cars or boats as storage, that might be a possibility. I would challenge staff to look at, as opposed to a size limit of square footage, potentially a metric that would deal with a backland, because that's where it would be. Maybe it's a 1% lot coverage or whatever that would help dictate the size. I don't know whether that enters into it or not, But I certainly, we don't want full cottages. I get that. But the ability for storage and putting things inside, it is commonplace. And, you know, I have multiple snowmobiles parked inside my garage right now that sit here all summer long. Winter tires, you need space. And you don't always want to leave it outside. So I think there are rational reasons, and we've heard from Mr. Moran reasons for that and for certain things. Let's just be careful about being too prescriptive. And maybe we take another crack at it. Maybe staff look at some different options and metrics for us to consider.
Okay, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. Listening to our delegates today on this particular portion of this bylaw, it's made me, I really think we need to be very thoughtful of, again, about the problem we're trying to solve. And if it is the second cottages and we have people putting in full kitchens and creating that second space, let's make sure we're really solving that problem. And I think we as a group, and maybe Director Pink can correct me or validate this, but had shied away from this last time. But I want to make sure that we are doing this in the right way to solve the problems that we're trying to solve. And I think the plumbing, as I've heard today, I actually like Councillor Hayes' recommendation on that first level. But if it's going to be difficult to enforce, then I don't think we've figured this one out quite yet. So I would support your direction, Chair Bridgman, that maybe we just want to take a few more minutes and make sure we get this one right.
Okay, thank you. Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. I guess maybe just a high level overview and a bit of a background on how we got here. I think I've said this before at the previous meetings, if this was a matter of, the odd shed that Uncle Joe or your kids slept in one night a year, I don't think staff would be bringing you a report on how to address that issue and clamping down. And I can assure you, if that use does happen, and I'm sure it does, there's really not much we would be doing about it. I think to Mayor Harding's comments, however, if you want to open the door to potentially permitting multiple sleeping cabins as of right, I think that's a discussion that should be part of our official plan review. Currently, the current official plan and the draft official plan state one dwelling and one sleeping cabin per property. So if you want to open up defining habitable area so that it permits multiple sleeping cabins, again, that should be more appropriately done through an official plan amendment. And then we will certainly amend the zoning bylaw. I echo Councillor Kelly's comments exactly. The issue we're trying to resolve is not, again, the small shed that's used once a year for an overflow guest. It's what we're seeing quite fairly regularly are very large accessory buildings that, when staff reviews the building permit, comply completely with the zoning bylaw, and we are unable to refuse the building permit. However, it's quite evident based on the way they're being finished and their size and their design of what the future intended use is. And they are large accessory buildings that will be used as additional dwellings or very large sleeping cabins. And to echo Councillor Kelly's point, to remind committee how we got here, staff's initial report to assist with enforcement, there's no easier way than limiting the size and number. It's very clear. You don't have to enter into buildings. It's very clear what permits can be issued and what cannot. And if buildings are built that exceed those size or quantity limitations, it's very easy to enforce. However, when we had a public meeting on that issue and that draft bylaw, we received numerous amounts of submissions and strong opposition to that approach. Respectfully to those authors, I didn't really hear much of the reason why, other than we have rights and we don't want them taken away. However, we received a lot of opposition, and committee, we went back to the drawing board as directed and suggested the plumbing option, which committee directed, and that's why we're here today with a draft bylaw in front of you with plumbing. If I would suggest, if we want to explore back to the original draft, we've already had a public meeting on that, and nothing prevents you from continuing to discuss it, and we could potentially move forward with that. We've had the public meeting, and we frankly believe the concerns have been addressed. The concerns were the right exists, and we don't believe the right should be taken away. So again, hopefully that provides a bit of an oversight of the process to date and how we got here, and some of the trials and tribulations and the difficulties in enforcing this issue, and again, why we originally suggested a limit to the size and number. I think it's certainly a good discussion to have on what is the appropriate size, what is the appropriate number. Does the location on the property factor into that as well? Those are all very good discussions. Staff's happy to go back and look at those and refine. There were a lot of comments from my recollection that a limit to 2, and I believe it was a limit of 1,000 square feet each was too limiting. That's certainly fair, and we're happy to go back to that drawing board, or I look forward to committee's discussion. But that is why you have a bylaw with plumbing today. I agree. We'll pose some challenges, and I think we've noted that in our reports. We'll pose some challenges. We'll still need to potentially enter into buildings, which creates some challenges. But as we like to say, it's at least moving the bar somewhat. And it is going in the right direction. It's a question of how far council wishes to move that bar. So again, we've heard other options with respect to Sundex and window placements and interior wall partitions. Any combination of these things can be used to try to control the issue we're seeing. Certain ones I would suggest to you might require a further public meeting, as we haven't discussed them to date. But we've now had 2 public meetings on plumbing and the number and size of accessory buildings. And I think those you've heard from the community, and we can certainly potentially move forward on those if you feel the concerns have been addressed. So hope that helps provide a bit of a history and potentially some paths forward. And we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Listening to one of the biggest issues we have is they build a building, then they make changes. We can't get in the building. We can't see what's done. I wonder if we can chat with our legal professionals. A number of years ago, we didn't have site plan. You could build a building wherever you wanted, whatever. But we now impose site plan on people as to how and what your building development should look like. What would happen if we suggested, if you want to build an accessory building beyond 1,000 square feet, that automatically you would be subject to what I would call a development agreement with the township. And in said development agreement, you would agree to random inspections that cannot be denied. Put it out there. You want to build this? That's great. But at any time on Tuesday at 3 o'clock with an hour's notice, our bylaw department could show up on your property and must be provided access to that, or there's an automatic assumption of guilt. If I'm following the rules, I should be able to let anybody in my building at any given time. If they're denying us access, that's the reason. They're obviously hiding something. So you want to develop something? Let's put in place a voluntary agreement to get the building permit that provides us and our bylaw staff with access at our discretion. I don't know if that's a possibility, but I think that may solve a lot of these problems in catching the bad guys, so to speak.
I'm going to let Director Pink respond to that.
Thank you. We can certainly investigate further with legal counsel as to rights and authorities, but I would believe there are certain rights that exist, and I don't believe any agreements that we enter into should sort of trump those or take away individual liberties and rights. I think the difficulty is the way the current bylaw is worded. Gaining access doesn't necessarily solve the problem because the difficulty is you still need to demonstrate that the building is being used in that fashion. And when you're being let inside, there's drapes thrown over the furniture, they're piled up in the corner, and it's indicated it's storage. And hence, and again, I believe we've had these discussions previously, the difficulty is we need to sufficiently demonstrate beyond any doubt to a competent court that the onus lies on the municipality to prove guilt. Property owners are innocent until proven guilty. And we need to demonstrate that these buildings are being used illegally. So simply entering into them certainly would help sometimes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's then sufficient evidence to prove it definitively. And hence why we're looking at controlling it through the size, the number, or plumbing. If we could enter the building and see the illegal bathrooms, yes, that would solve that problem. But I just wanted to clarify the kind of the issues at play, and I hope that that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Pink. And if I can throw my 2 cents worth in here, the problem I see with that is now we're into court cases and owners fighting us for as long as they can. If we've allowed the structure to go up in the beginning, I think the limiting it to a number of buildings and the size of the buildings is far more better for us from an enforcement standpoint, and it's easy. So that's just, I'm back to enforcement again, because I know how much time is spent fighting some of our owners who don't want to come into compliance. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. And I wasn't clear if Mr. Pink was going to follow up for legal advice, but if he is, I think it would be useful to know what the consequences of a victory would be. A $10 fine and move on, or would we be able to rip out all the offending plumbing fixtures? And the second issue obviously is, I don't know how big the staff would have to be, bylaw enforcement staff, to go out and do these kinds of assessments. But there's a huge expense there.
Mr. Pink.
Just very quickly, and thank you for that opportunity. I don't believe there is consensus for the legal opinion, but we're happy to if that's the direction, and I'd look for some clear direction on exactly what we're looking for. But I think you hit the nail on the head on the potential other issue when it comes to enforcement. The goal of enforcement is compliance. So we receive a complaint, this building is being used illegally. We convince the owner that it is being used illegally. They then pile furniture into the corner, demonstrate to us that it's storage, and we leave. And we all know what happens then the next day. And that's how enforcement works. So therein lies the difficulty. Not only do you have to successfully prove it and then enforce it, it then becomes a continuous reoccurrence until eventually you can get in front of a judge potentially and start pursuing or trying to get orders to cease use of buildings for repeat offenders. And then finally, if an owner then continues, now you're into some more serious trouble because you've contravened court orders. So I think, as we've all seen through various cases, the justice system is not, it's not brief, it's not easy, it's not inexpensive. So you're seeing some of the challenges we're facing to properly enforce it, even when we can demonstrate that buildings are being used illegally. It's still a roundabout, lengthy process. So that's some of the, again, probably some of the reasons why we initially proposed a limit to the size and number of buildings on the onset. That really nips it in the bud, so to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much, Chair Richards. From the comments I've heard now, I think we should maybe go back to the limiting the size and the number of buildings. That would be the easiest way for everyone. And if our Muskoka can come up with a solution for the other way, I would listen to them. But at this point, that might be the simplest way. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to say, I think we need to wrap this up. Oh, Councillor Roberts. So I was just going to say, my sense is that we would like to revisit that, because would you still like to speak, Councillor Roberts? No? Okay. Okay. So Mr. Pink, Mr. Sharp, I think we are back to, and I'm listening to our enforcement and planning people. The only way we can honestly really control any of this is by the size and the number. So Mr. Sharp, I think we need to go back to where we were before to discuss that, and then we're into what's the size and what's the number, but and how far back from the frontage. I think we would all agree that there needs to be some stipulation on that. Any more direction, Mr. Sharp?
So I think that sums up what I took from the conversation quite nicely. Thank you.
Okay, so we're basically bypassing the plumbing, which was filled up with all kinds of issues. Okay, so next we're on to, where are we here? I think the next one was minimum gross floor area of a dwelling, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Again, this one's quite straightforward. I believe it stemmed from some considerations that were heard by Councillor Hayes through the Attainable Housing Committee, and the change would reduce the minimum gross floor area requirement from a dwelling from 750 square feet to 250 square feet. So that's a straightforward change. Thank you.
I think I know I heard one of our constituents speak against it, but I think we need to clarify if this is township wide or if it's certain zones that we're allowing this in, just so that the public understands.
Yes, it's township wide, and the idea or the intent of it is to, increase the affordability of housing and available housing options within the municipality. Thank you.
But to that point, the waterfront regulations would prohibit a second dwelling in those areas. I think what the constituent might have been getting to was having these appear on the lakes everywhere. So the waterfront bylaw overrides the second dwelling on the waterfront, correct?
So if I were developing a waterfront lot, I'd be permitted one dwelling. In this change, if I wanted it, I could have a 250 square foot dwelling on a waterfront lot, which I would, if I was a betting person, I would probably bet that most people are not going to want a 250 square foot dwelling on a, lot on Lake Muskoka. Thank you.
Agreed. I just wanted to ensure that we're not talking about adding to, more than one dwelling at that on the front. Councillor Hayes?
Yes, Mr. Tyrone spoke this morning and he referred to a letter that he sent in. I checked my email. I don't have that. Could someone that has that please read it?
Okay, I haven't looked at it yet. It came in at 20 to 9 this morning, which is why we didn't get it. So hang on, I'm just bringing it up. Okay, you would like it read. So here we go. Comments on items 9 and 10 by proposed bylaw 2021-116, prepared by Bill Tryon on July 15th. Please reconsider items 9 and 10 regarding minimum gross floor area for a dwelling in order to increase minimum gross floor area for a dwelling from 750 square feet to 900 square feet. Please consider minimum gross floor area be increased to 900 square feet, not decreased to 250 square feet. The average area of a tiny home is 205 feet. The space of a tiny home is inadequate living space relative to other maximum permitted size of accessory buildings set out in bylaw 2014-14, including pump houses, gazebos, and garages. Alternatively, please consider leaving the 750 square foot minimum gross floor area unchanged. I may have to read this a few times, but anyway, where it reads bylaw 2014-14 is hereby amended by removing row 10 of table 4.2, which specify a minimum gross floor area of 750 square feet for a dwelling. And section 10 is maximum habitable floor area for a dwelling and minimum gross floor area for a dwelling. The maximum habitable floor area for a dwelling is 7,500 square feet, and the minimum gross floor area for a dwelling is 250 square feet. So that's what's being proposed. Stats Canada statistics show the above grade living area for residential property in Ontario increased from 1,240 square feet during 1960 or earlier to 2,300 square feet during 2016 to 17. Where above grade living area refers to the living area of a residential property, excluding basements and levels below grade. Furthermore, TML's own position on attainable housing suggests initiatives to support housing where TML's May 2020 policy C-F S-11 Attainable Housing Rebate Program Housing Form Eligibility Criteria, single semis, duplex estates, dwellings would not be larger than 1,200 square feet. Okay, January 2022 TML planning staff report stated, the township's official plan is silent with respect to minimum dwelling sizes. However, the comprehensive zoning bylaw requires waterfront residential dwellings to have a minimum gross square area of 250 square feet. This minimum size is established to ensure dwellings will be of sufficient size to serve as a main use and accommodate living, sanitary, and cooking spaces. It was also established during a former OMB decision in the late 1980s to assist in drawing a distinction between a dwelling and sleeping cabin and related intensity of use considerations. So comments previously submitted to planning committee may be taken out of context. There is a concern that dwelling sizes in recent years dictate a need for more living space, not less. I recommend minimum gross floor area be arbitrarily increased to 900 square feet. His equation is 750 square feet times 120%, not decreased to 250 square feet. The average area of a tiny home is 205 square feet. This space is inadequate living space relative to other accessory buildings, including pump houses, gazebos, and garages. Thank you, Bill Tryon. So that is what came in, Councillor Hayes. Okay, all right, Councillor Nishikawa.
I just wanted to mention that for those listening in, the province is championing the development of tiny homes, if you want to call them tiny homes, or smaller structures. Certainly, we've seen a movement in Toronto, lane constructed homes. And it's interesting, when I listened to that, it reminded me of how small, but not too small, I would say, of the apartment my mother lives in. And if I was to reconstruct something for her to live in on my property, I would be doing precisely that. And it's not much more than 300 square feet. So if the province is championing all of these things, I don't know why we wouldn't as well. I understand there is a confusion. I think I'm hearing a confusion about what is allowed on the waterfront, but in our rural or urban centers, and certainly Port Carling, Bala, that are on sewer and water, there is the opportunity to have a smaller accommodation. And I don't want to dictate how people have to live. Certainly, I guess we can always drag up all kinds of information, but there are people currently living in that size of structures now. So I don't want to have any impression that we are imposing something that is not doable. The other interesting thing is, if you just do the math, and if you were to try to look at how much that now 900 square feet costs, it's not affordable for people to live, period.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I just wanted to highlight that, we didn't pull this number arbitrarily out of a hat. The 250 square foot number was discussed quite extensively with Mr. Snyder, the chief building official, and it was determined, looking at Ontario Building Code requirements, that 250 square feet would be the bare minimum for this type of use. So we did look at that. I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Mayor Harding.
I support the 250 feet. Let's be honest. If somebody wants a smaller home, let them build a smaller home. They want a tiny footprint on a rural lot, let them build a small footprint. No one's going to build 250 feet on a waterfront lot on Lake Muskoka. Let's be honest. It doesn't make economic sense to do so. So 250 is right.
Councillor Hayes. Oh, you're good. All right. I'm believing the consensus here is that we're good with the 250 feet. I've got that. Okay. Okay. So now we're down to the parking requirements for commercial motor vehicles in residential zones. Mr. Sharp.
Sorry about that. I'm a little slow off the hop with all the buttons here in front of me. Appreciate everyone's patience. Just one moment to help gather my thoughts here. This is a bit of a technical amendment, but the end result will be something that's, you know, slightly more permissive, which I think would be viewed upon as a good thing for individuals that own commercial motor vehicles. But essentially what this change is going to do is in a waterfront, or sorry, a residentially zoned property, it will permit a commercial motor vehicle to be parked that is in excess of 7,500 kilograms. And it will permit open parking versus the current requirement, which requires the motor vehicle to be parked inside of a garage. So the weight rating is largely a modernization over the current zoning, which references 1 ton capacity. And a lot of things have changed vehicle wise in terms of the rating capacities, I believe, since you know, the existing provision was put in place. So this will just be a modernization. So thank you.
Okay, committee, any discussion on this? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I guess I have 2 points. First, a transport. So this is a cab and then a trailer, if you will, something to pull a trailer. One might think commercially. I envision a tractor on a trailer behind an F-450 pickup or a truck, if you will. Is there going to be some sort of like, can someone bring their 45-foot trailer and cab onto their property in Torrance and park it here when we pass this? I see no reference to length, and I don't want to be picayune here, but you know, the weight category, so in excess of 7,500 kilograms, nobody's weighing a trailer, etc. So I'm wondering what our thinking is on that.
Okay, Mr. Sharp, if can somebody bring a trailer? So you're thinking about a tractor or a truck tractor with a trailer unloaded? And
Yeah, I
being
guess we
able
call
to
them a
park there.
transport, you know, a transport,
Yep.
right? So somebody, and so they're going to park at their place overnight, and they're actually 52 feet long now with a full-size, you know, Kenworth cab. Is that something I'm going to see in downtown Torrance?
Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I may actually look to Mr. Pink to provide some clarity, because I know that he was involved in the discussions that took place between himself and councillors Nishikawa and Hayes, and he was involved in some of the research that was undertaken in regard to this change. So I may rely on his insight for this question. Thank you, and sorry, Mr. Pink, to put you on the spot.
Mr. Pink?
No problem. If Councillor Zavitz maybe wishes to clarify the question, but if that tractor trailer is less than that weight limit, then that, I believe, would then be permitted to park in a residential zone without screening.
Thank you. If I might, Chair, that to me, that's incredibly problematic. Like, yeah, wow. I mean, you know, it's funny. I know that the spirit of this was, when it came first forward, was someone with a large heavy duty pickup truck pulling a trailer with a tractor on it that is used for landscaping, let's say. I don't think this bylaw envisions a D9 Caterpillar on a float from Fowler Construction sitting on in a property on downtown Torrance. So I'm going to be looking for some way to understand, David, if I might, how we would possibly know that this motor vehicle in its entirety weighs less than that 7,500 kilograms. Because that, I mean, otherwise, poor Rob's going to be a busy boy.
Mr. Pink, can we put a limit on the length? Would that be helpful? I don't know much in this area, but Director Pink?
We can certainly look a bit further into that, but I believe each, as long as Mr. Kennedy and his team can determine the type of car, I believe they can do that research and determine its its weight. I could look further into if there's a wish to control the length, but certainly the permitted weight, we can certainly look at adjusting that amount if that's a concern.
Mr. Sharp?
I just did a quick Google search and, I haven't looked at it extensively, but based on what I'm seeing, I think what they're referring to as a semi with an unloaded trailer would be, I think well in excess of the 7,500 kilogram weight rating. But again, I haven't looked at this extensively, so it's certainly something we could confirm. Thank you.
Yep. I wonder if I might have a supplemental.
Well, let's let Mr. Pink jump in and then you can have your supplemental.
Thank you. I guess just to clarify, I mean, certainly my response previously was if that tractor trailer was less than that weight. However, I think Mr. Sharp is correct. When we came up with that number, we specifically looked, it's roughly is about a cube van is the typical weight that I think is in the bylaw before you. So I think Mr. Sharp's largely correct. I'm not an expert as to the weight of a tractor trailer that's unloaded, but I would suspect it's likely well in excess of the weight before you in the bylaw. But again, it will depend on the vehicle in question and its weight.
If I might supplemental, I do, and I'm fine with that. I will subscribe to this theory, given that it seems that 7,500 kilograms is almost prohibitive from the larger sized vehicles. I'd be fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, just a real quick question. We're moving from something that said 1 ton capacity, which I believe is a measure of payload, to 7,500 kilograms, which is a weight. And I don't know that we're specifying whether that's a weight loaded or gross vehicle weight or empty. I don't know if it matters, but I'm curious to know what we're intending.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I think that partly what this is stemming from is that modern pickup trucks tend to, and Mr. Pink, you can maybe explain this better than I can, but modern pickup trucks tend to have so modern half-ton pickup trucks now have a much greater capacity or payload than a half-ton. So I think it's a part of this change is to sort of, we don't want to be running into a situation where someone has a modern pickup truck and they're not complying with the bylaw. So I think that was, part of the intent of this change is to make it so that doesn't happen. I think the second part, in my reading of the bylaw, it would be, the weight of the vehicle. And I would take that as being, unloaded with no weight, no other weight in it, just the weight of the vehicle itself. And I know that there's likely a lot of standards around commercial motor vehicles that specify, various weight ranges. It's probably, on a stamp or on a plate that's attached to the vehicle itself. Thank you.
So maybe we can just put weight unloaded or something clarifying that. Director Pink.
Through you. Yeah, just to confirm, to respond to Councillor Kelly, that's correct. It's currently it's a payload, and from my research, it's fairly outdated. Obviously, half-ton pickup trucks today can have a much greater payload than half-ton. So I believe Councillor Hayes and Nishikawa raised that as a concern that someone could potentially prevent a F-150 from being parked on a property as it exceeds the ton payload. I've never run into that concern. Doesn't seem to be an issue. However, to address it, we went with a weight. It is unloaded. And just doing some quick research, people are emailing me the typical transport truck is about 30,000 pounds unloaded. So I don't think you're going to be seeing any transport trucks in residential streets. But again, it would be an unloaded gross vehicle weight rating. And again, I don't think bylaw staff would have to physically measure it. I think you can gain that information through online tools once you determine the vehicle. Hope that helps clarify.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. So in other words, David, you could park a 5-ton truck there, a dump truck. And what about a school bus? What's the weight of a school bus? Because we have so many school buses that are parked as well. And I'd hate to disqualify them because we have to get the kids to school.
I think, Mr. Pink, that was directed to you. Do you want a few minutes and I'll ask Councillor Nishikawa to? Okay, Councillor Nishikawa, we'll get back to you, Councillor Edwards. Just give Mr. Pink a couple of minutes. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I think I'm going to just briefly say, Bryce mentioned this, but our concern was that in fact, pickup trucks, and got a bunch of them myself, and 1 tons is not an unusual situation, that in fact those were going to be prohibited on, and that would challenge a great number of our workforce, quite frankly. And you know, it should never be, in my opinion, a committee sitting around saying, well, this guy should only be driving a 1/2 ton as opposed to a 1 ton to go to work. There's a, you know, we're getting a little bit too prescribed, and that's why Danelda and I had raised this, because it would challenge many in our community. So I'm going to actually, I'll listen to Danelda as well to add. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement in the spirit of it. I think we're just trying to make sure that we ensure getting what we want. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you, just to Councillor Edwards, buses are deemed separate entities and they're not affected by this bylaw. But there's only one bus per lot. That's it. And adding to Ruth's, yes, it would mean that anybody who was not in a rural zone who had a pickup truck that had a commercial name on the side of it pretty much would be not allowed to park in our residential zones or waterfront zones. The second part, because there are 2 parts to it, is that you are allowed 1 commercial vehicle that currently had to be parked in a garage, no longer has to be parked in a garage. So there are 2 parts to the actual bylaw that have changed.
Thank you. Director Pink, do you want to jump in here?
Thank you. I believe Councillor Hayes corrected that. It's not a section of the zoning bylaw we deal with often, but it's very clear there is 1 school bus may be parked on any lot. So it does recognize that. That's always been in place. And if you want to test me on any other truck weights, I'll quickly do some searches and try to respond.
Okay. All right. I believe that we have Councillor Zavitz, is your hand up? Yes, Councillor Zavitz.
It is, and thank you. Not to belabor the point, but I can give you an example of a flatbed large truck that is used in the towing business. That you know, when it's got a 7,000 pound Bentley on it, it weighs just that much more than it does when it's empty. So if that vehicle is now allowed to be parked right in front of their house in the main street of Torrance, that's a problem for me. I mean, this is a 30 feet long. So I mean, we get into specifics, which is what we're trying not to get into by simply naming a weight. If this is only to allow up to, I would almost call them light duty pickup trucks up to an F450, if you will. So I guess a 1.5 ton pickup, if you will. Then we get into the commercialism piece of it, where they're towing, everything else, landscaping equipment, and we all see it every day. So I'd like to understand the criteria. I don't think we can just get away with a weight, because no one knows the weight of any of this stuff unless it's stated there and one believes it. But this example of a tow truck, carrying on a flatbed, where it's a tilt and load, that vehicle's almost doubles the weight of the vehicle, so of the commercial vehicle. So I'm not trying to muddy the waters, but I'm not going to approve something that doesn't provide clarity to our public.
Councillor Hayes?
Thank you, and through you, the weight is to exclude the trucks below that, because this bylaw only affects the trucks over that. And the way it was worded before, it included pickup trucks in it. Now it does not include pickup trucks in it. However, it does allow commercial vehicles to park in a driveway without them having to be in a garage. And that's the change. One commercial vehicle. That is, if somebody is working for a living and they happen to be driving the company dump truck, yes, they can park overnight in their driveway. And that does allow the working people access to having to be able to go into and do that. In the rural area, it is allowed. So what they're saying is in the designated areas where most of the people work, in the towns and the Torrance and Milford Bay and thing like that, where we have a lot of our workers, it will allow them to park their work vehicle in their driveway, one work vehicle in their driveway overnight, without having to put the garage, because some of those areas, they don't have enough land to build a garage, or they're just starting out on their businesses.
Okay. All right. So I believe we have mostly consensus on this. Councillor Zavitz, I see you shaking your head. I'm going to suggest this goes through. It can always be fine-tuned if we start to see complaints or that. So that's just my suggestion. Anyway, I'm going to take a poll from our committee. Are we in favor of this change? Okay. Mr. Sharp, we're good with this? Okay, so committee, we're finished with that part of it. I don't want to give up on looking at wet slips and Mayor Harding's suggestion of the 2,400 square foot buildings on the water. I also realize it's 12:05. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and then carry on so we're finished by 1 o'clock, I hope, and we won't build in the lunch hour on that. Do I have? So, well, maybe you want to speak first, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I'm actually 5 minutes late for a meeting right now, so I apologize. I'm going to have to run away for at least a half an hour. I'm happy to let you guys take up the conversation about wet slips. I believe it's important to have a wet slip and sort of prohibition. We don't allow dry slips anymore. I think that'll solve much of our problems. But I would like staff to look at the overbuilt form of two-story boathouses. And the big issue is I can build to 25 feet. People are leaving it open deck area, like in the rafters to the slips, because that's not habitable, but they're using floor joists as roof rafters, understanding that in the future it's going to be decked in and expand the habitable space across, because you could do potentially a 2,400 square foot habitable space. I think that's inappropriate. I think it truly should be only 650 square feet would be allowed to be at the 25-foot two-story height, not the full extent of the boathouse. So I'd love to sort of close that loophole, because I think that's a bigger loophole that we don't even fully understand.
Okay, so then I'm going to go back to, maybe we take just a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about the wet slips. And then I think you may have already taken care of what you were thinking of, Mayor Harding. So we'll get a consensus on that when we come back. Okay, everybody, 12:15, and I'm hoping we'll get out of here before 1. Thank you. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Councillor Roberts had to step away, and I believe that Mayor Harding will be back after his other meeting. So we're going to carry on now. And I said I wanted to plant the seed of the wet slips in the boathouse because it is now becoming very apparent that we are having construction go on the shoreline of big quote boathouses that have no slips, and the use is not intended to be for storage of boathouses. So I chatted with Mr. Pink and Mr. Sharp, wondering how we can, in a quick manner, deal with ensuring that there are wet slips in a boathouse. I understand it's in our OP. We are going to put more directions into our bylaws in terms of actual square footage, percentages. You know, we have to work that all sort of through. How much shoreline do you have? What does that equate to in a boathouse? I understand there are details, but in terms of just ensuring that we have a wet slip in a boathouse, I think we can deal with that today. If we want to go into more detail, we can do that. We can ask planning staff to come back with a report and going through the normal process of making sure that we got every scenario covered. But I do want to put that out there. I'm very concerned about what will happen between now and our OP comprehensive bylaws being changed in the next 2 to 3 years. So, Mr. Sharp, maybe you could just help us here on our thoughts on what we could do at this point, and it could be entailed in this bylaw, just supporting what we already have as our philosophy and what we want to see here. So we're not changing any rights at this point, but we are reinforcing the fact that the boathouse has to be used in a manner in which our OP states. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. So currently, you know, the existing rights associated with boathouses is in the first story. It can be used for the storage of marine related equipment and for the mooring and docking of boats. So typically what one would envision for a boathouse would be a wet slip or multiple wet slips, perhaps with a dock area within the interior that would be used for the storage of marine related equipment. And there, I think what we're running into is because boathouses and the zoning bylaw allow boathouses, the first story, to be used for the storage of marine related equipment. We are running into a situation where we are seeing, building permits for, boathouses with no slips in the interior, and we're receiving complaints about the habitable use or potential habitable use of boathouses in the township, in part because the ability to construct a boathouse with no wet slips invites that use, and people may be utilizing that as a loophole. So, if you had questions about, how I think it might be addressed, I'd be happy to elaborate.
Well, I think that would be a good starting point for our discussion. You see it, administratively, how it sort of is helpful for you in terms of what we put in place. So please give us your thoughts.
So it's a very tricky one because, as you're likely aware, the size of boathouse is directly proportional to the extent of frontage you have and what category of lake you're on. So it's difficult to impose restrictions solely based on numbers, but I have given it some thought. I've been thinking about this for quite some time now, and it's likely that a minimum area that is required to be open or open to water or utilized as a wet slip is the way to go here. And I'm thinking, based on the calculations that I've done across the full span of, say a single story boathouse on a 100-foot lot, permitted, 16 feet in width, so 16 feet up to, the larger boathouses that you'd see on the category 1 lakes with larger frontages, say up to 75 feet in width, that it's likely, the right mark would be, somewhere in the ballpark of 30 to 40% of the interior dock space that would be required to be open to water or required to be a wet slip. Now, like many of the things we've discussed today, I think Mr. Pink had used the wording moving the bar. I think that's what this would be doing. It wouldn't necessarily it wouldn't resolve all of our issues or concerns, but it would be moving the bar forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so committee comments. Councillor Kelly, I think you're reaching for your hand. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thank you very much. I struggle with that. Thank you, and through you. Just a couple of real quick questions. Are you? I like 30 to 40. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but if you're talking 30 to 40%, is that of the footprint of the main floor? Where did Bryce go? I don't see him. There he is.
Yeah.
Mr. Sharp.
Yeah, so that would be within the first story, it would be the interior. I would call it the interior dock space within a boathouse. So there would be a requirement for 30 to 40%. See, the issue is, if you were to go with a larger number on a, say, 100-foot lot where only a 16-foot wide boathouse is permitted, to go with a larger proportion that needs to be open below, you'd end up with, a very large boat slip and no room to walk around it. Now, it's difficult to then apply that same number across the board to a 75-foot wide boathouse. But I think, based on the calculations that I've done, I think, 30 to 40% could work. If committee was looking to go down this route, likely what I would do is I would, pull, 10 or 15 recent building permits for boathouses and just run, some numbers to see what would work best. We could pull in some extra expertise, say from, for example, Tim Van Kroestum at Muskoka Lumber, who deals with hundreds of these every year, to try to really get a handle on what the correct number would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up or two comments. Number one, is there anything we would back out of that? For instance, fish cleaning stations or, storage closets, or would you back that out before you applied to 30 to 40? That's the first question. Second question, could you solve the difference between a single story 16-foot wide boathouse and a 75-foot wide or 50-foot wide boathouse by having some sort of sliding scale of percentages, just to ensure that at least at the 16-foot, there's not much more than a 2-foot deck all the way around the boat to get around it? I'll go on mute. Thanks.
Mr. Sharp.
Yeah, for sure. We certainly could look at a sliding scale. So you could have a different percentage. And that's how the bylaw is broken down in the table in the waterfront residential section. It's broken down according to frontage and the different considerations related to properties that fall within those frontage brackets. So certainly we could look at that. I guess I'm always looking for ways to try and keep things simple. If we were to incorporate, a number of different percentages, so that's, more for staff to remember but not to say that it can't be done or that it would be onerous. I just have to give some thought to that. With respect to the first story use, there are specified details in the bylaw with respect to, what is permitted in the first story of a boathouse. And I don't think that these changes would be, contemplating you know, well, ultimately I'd look for your direction, but if you're, you know, I think, you know, in large part, you know, the separate room that's permitted in a boathouse and its size and those specific uses, you know, for example, you know, water supply equipment, electrical panels, a sauna, you know, I don't think we necessarily have a concern with that. I think the concern, you know, that we may be seeing, or the concern that Chair Bridgman has brought up, is just the boathouses that we're seeing, quite large in extent, with no boat slips.
Okay, anybody else have any comments on this? I think I need to read whether whether you actually want to discuss this or not, people. Thank you. I see all kinds of hands now. Councillor Zavitz.
There we go. Get the button going. I'm all about simplicity. I don't know, you know, 30%, 40%. I don't know why we don't just say 50%. You know, whatever we do end up landing on, I do think it needs to be simple and easily understood. And from what I've seen, and I've extensively viewed these properties, yeah, they're big. They're people obviously want them. I think if we just said that literally half the space inside the structure must be open to the water for boat use. I mean, what's the difference between 40 and 50 as it relates? Are we talking about the size of, you know, Councillor Kelly's boat versus mine? I mean, the point of the matter is we need to be consistent. And I would suggest that at a number like 50%, you know, it's not prohibitive. It's not saying that it's 80%. So we're giving you a sliver to put your materials on. I think it's very, very generous, to be quite honest, and it acknowledges the need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zavitz. Councillor Kelly, before I come back to you, I'm just going to let the others give their first comments, if that's all right with you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I really don't like, and that percentages that. At the present time, you're allowed 50 square feet for a washroom and storage. People are using them. If we look at the same as you're using an outside patio, 200 square feet, so we get it out of the sun, then you're not allowed you know, something else. But the way it is, they're closing them in. They're putting boat lifts in to keep the boats up out of the water, and making basically another living area downstairs. 50% of a 3,000 square foot boathouse. That's an awful lot of extra space. That's more than you've got on the upstairs at 650 square feet. So I think it should be the sizes. The average slip width, you can check out probably about 10 feet wide, 11 feet maybe. And then if you had a 3-foot walkway and in between them on either side, then you could work it out. But there are plans that we could work out. But I really don't like and that percentages. Thank you.
I take your point to heart, Councillor Edwards, and that's where we're moving with our OP and our comprehensive zoning bylaw update, square footage and maximums. I think we were just trying to keep it simple at this point, but it may be maybe we do want to delve into this into a whole report and incorporate all of that. So I'll let the rest of the committee comment on that too. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I just wanted to just speak to the complexity involved here. If we do desire that if you give direction to go down this path, I mean, the diversity in boathouse designs and sizes is quite complex, and it ranges across, you know, the full gamut of properties with differing frontages. And I think you know, it's likely that a percentage would work best. That's my thought. We may not want to go with a square footage because that could get very complicated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes?
Thank you. And through you, another consideration could be if you have a one bay boathouse, it's expected that there will be a wet slip. If you have a 3 bay boathouse, it is expected that you will have 3 wet slips, so that you don't have, you know, three boathouse, like 3 tiers, and only use 2 of them. And that's where the percentage would come in if you went 30 to 40. So I'm leaning more towards Councillor Edwards' way of thinking, or use the percentage for the amount of square feet that you can have that is not wet slip. Rather than saying you must have 40% wet slip, say you are allowed 30% area, but if you have 3 bays, you have 3 wet slips.
Okay, we'll see where that goes. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. So I'm trying to take a step back. I think this has been brought forward because we are seeing a trend that none of us like, and we're trying to find some measures that we can maybe incorporate today, knowing that we are undergoing our OP and comprehensive zoning bylaw, right? Correct? To contemplate. So, you know, my tendency would be to support what staff is recommending, given they're the ones that are seeing this. I mean, I fully support that there should be boats in the boathouse, and there should be a certain amount. I would probably have thought a bit more than that, but I was listening closely to staff's rationale for their 30 to 40% and trying to apply some kind of consistency across the board. I think I also heard, and maybe I could ask Mr. Sharp to just reconfirm, would he be willing to work with those who are actually building these things just to confirm and validate that this would be the appropriate percentage for now to try and stop the behavior that we're seeing? So yeah, I feel like this conversation, I would hate for us to sideline this conversation for future because we get caught up on a number, knowing that we're trying to also address this in our OP. Am I being clear, or am I hungry?
Well, you might be hungry.
I feel like I've just talked myself in a circle here. Let me just start with, I support the idea that we need to have open water in a boathouse. Okay, 100%. The method to do so, I'm hearing from staff, is that they would recommend a percentage based upon their professional expertise, and they're the ones that are seeing all the applications come across their desk and how best to apply this. So I'm leaning towards supporting staff if they believe that that's the right approach. And then I also heard the conversation about, we are also contemplating this in our OP, in our future comprehensive zoning bylaw. And I know that part of that conversation has been limiting the amount of space from a recreational standpoint to perhaps a square footage. So I'm trying not to blur these two. And I could be hungry, which is maybe making it more confusing. So I apologize.
If I could, before Mr. Sharp speaks, from my perspective, Councillor Mazan, the OP and the comprehensive bylaws will take a deep dive into all of this. And to Mr. Sharp's point, I think, as he was saying, there's the 100-foot frontage, there's a 200, that would be the deep dive. I think when I brought this up, I was looking for a way for our planning staff to be able to work with this, just to stop dry boathouses on the water, so that they have to have water in the boathouse, so that we don't have these basically little like party pavilions being done. So, but I'm at committee thing. So, Mr. Sharp, would you like to add to that?
I don't have a whole lot to add at this point. I see that Mr. Pink has his screen on. But just, I guess maybe just to step back a bit in regard to Councillor Mazan's question about working with people in the industry to run some of these numbers ask them. I heard loud and clear as part of the discussion around the expansion of legal non-complying docks. It's certainly, again, I could maybe look to Mr. Sift if he could direct me to a point person that could assist with that. I'd definitely be interested in working with an individual. It may be difficult for me at this time, just given the extreme pressure I'm under in terms of my workload to, initiate a working group and that type of thing. But, not to say that it's not entirely impossible, but definitely it's on my radar to maybe take Mr. Sift up on his suggestion in one way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pink, oh yes, Mr. Pink.
Thank you. Just further to Councillor Mazan's questions, I just want committee to be very clear on the processes before us. We're going through an official plan review, and as part of that, I think the current policies and bylaws are very clear. Boathouses are only to be used for marine storage. Through the official plan, or both, through the official plan review, we are contemplating looking at permitting recreational floor area in addition. And I think that's the appropriate process for that consideration, not the bylaw in front of you. Why the square footage, I think, was considered and likely a good solution there is, I think there's a lot of debate and discussion about if we do allow this recreational area, let's keep it modest. Let's make it very clear what the number is and whether that's 100 square feet, 200 square feet, 300 square feet. I think that works a little better. What you have before you now, we're not doing a comprehensive zoning bylaw review. That'll come after the OP review is done, but we are doing periodic updates to it. And we're just trying to ensure that the current policies and the current bylaw, which says boats and marine equipment only, is actually being properly implemented, because we're seeing boathouses with no wet slips. Just very quickly, Bryce and I did speak at length as to the appropriate measure, and like the previous discussions, there's lots of ways to go about it. A square footage could work, a slip number could work, but we really feel the percentage is the way to go. And that's why really the main reason that properties in our township have so many different sizes and shapes and designs of boathouses. And that's why the percentage of dock width, boathouse width, lot coverage, everything is relative, and a percentage works fairly well. If you go with a number of slips, there's lots of different designs. And I'm not sure how you define bay or width to determine what is that number of slips that that person should have or that boathouse should have. You may have one very wide slip, but then you're not meeting our minimum requirement of 2 for that width of boathouse. When it comes to the square footage, again, with such varying different boathouse designs, sizes, and property sizes, the square footage isn't really going to work, or I wouldn't say it complicates it. Perhaps it was mentioned. It just really, it will be difficult to come up with the right number, and that's why the percentage works. I think if you're concerned with the percentage being the right number, I don't think it would overly complicate the bylaw, but I think what staff would do, the smaller the boathouse, the smaller the percentage, because you need to leave some sufficient area to walk around the slip and have some reasonable amount of storage. And then for your larger boathouses, you're going to have a larger percentage that has to be minimum open to the water. Actually, our current zoning bylaw structure will work fairly well. We have a chart that's pretty well understood. It's based on your frontage and your lake category. And again, those smaller properties, you're probably looking at the smaller end, the 30 to 40% range. And then if you have a very large property, large boathouse, you're probably in that 50% to 60% range that has to be open to the water. I think those numbers would work well, but let staff work with the industry, the building staff, and make sure we get those percentages right when this comes back. But I would suggest to you the percentage probably works best for this matter. Hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I'm just going to be a broken record, and that is compliance and enforcement are obviously a big issue here. We already know that there's issues with boathouses that are being used in contravention of our bylaws, and I don't know how we enforce it. I don't know how we without short of going on and peering through the windows again, we can design the prettiest bylaws on earth, and the challenge always is going to be to try and figure out how to enforce it, and how to enforce it with some sort of consequence that remedies the problem.
I agree. I think this may be, I mean, you can tell if there's an open slip or not from the water. This one may be a little easier to identify, actually, Councillor Kelly, and it's either you have it or you don't. But I'm with you on the enforcement. We all are. Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. I know this is my conversation is going to be a lot more directed to the zoning bylaw, but it is important discussion. Back when we did, I can be corrected, I guess, but 1414, and we actually brought in industry individuals, and some of them were very highly regarded, and been around for many years. And the whole discussion about, okay, what is a 2-slip boathouse? What is the width and things? And it came down to it was 36 feet wide that a boathouse to have a 2-slip for the standard 23-foot slip boat, whatever that at the time, right? So now I realize people have bigger boats and all of that sort of thing. I also, along with Councillor Edwards, I don't like the percentages. I understand that we're hearing that it could or should work, but I just find that a challenge myself, the percentages. But it's interesting because what I haven't heard in this discussion, and I don't know where it's going to be discussed, is that, like we've talked about boathouse doors. I've seen a whole boathouse built with garage doors, and it's all glass, and it's huge. And yes, there's 2 slips, but there's a lot of other open space. And so again, I just want to ask the question from an environmental perspective. That amount of glass on the water concerns me. And is that conversation going to come up along with these percentages and things, and where that falls in, because I don't want that to be missed, because again, saying anywhere you have a boathouse door, you would have a slip. What if the whole thing is built with boathouse doors? And that's the reality, right? So I'm not quite sure that, and I would say that design I've seen at least 6 times in just a small area, of all glass and all doors, quite honestly. So it's an industrial look, different than our Cape tops type designs and things like that. But I don't know where we're going, but I don't know that we're going to capture some of this without realizing how the stuff is being constructed.
Are you worried about light pollution, Councillor Nishikawa? I'm just trying to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so we had already had this conversation a little bit yesterday about the dark sky, and well, now we're looking at it right on the water, and sometimes that can be, they may not have exterior lights, but now we've got all of that. But it's also from it's I could get more technical, but I've learned that you're warming the water by directing the sunlight differently. Like there's all sorts of things, but I'm just concerned that we are getting these all glassed in. And again, identifying, okay, if we're going to talk about garage doors, what happens when the whole thing is built with garage doors? And yeah, I just feel like there's lots of stuff going on out there, and people have found lots of ways of doing unique design. I don't know that I would say that they were trying to skirt around a bylaw. I think it's just the design choices right now, but those design choices, in my opinion, don't really match what our intentions are that we allow on the waterfront.
Okay, I've got it. I think that's beyond what we're dealing with today, but I certainly note your concerns on that. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you, I just want to say that I support Councillor Nishikawa with her percentage of the amount of glass that should be allowed in a boathouse. But I'd also like to see all the marine storage and recreation be developed on the shoreside wall. So you can't say I've got 60% that I can develop. It's going to be in one slip out to the water. Everything has to be against the back wall. And I believe that will try and cut down on the partying and the party decks.
Okay, so I'm not sure we're getting into OP and comprehensive zoning bylaws now. Mr. Sharp, maybe you can help me out on this. I understand where we all want to go with this, but I'm not sure that this isn't, again, a bigger discussion than simply ensuring that we have wet slips on the water at this point. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Maybe I'm not following your question entirely, but if my understanding is correct, are you asking sort of what the way forward is from here?
Well, I guess that I guess actually you're right. What am I asking? Do we expand this to include glass in the boathouses? Glass garage doors in the boathouse?
I'll look to Mr. Pink to provide some direction, but I don't think through zoning that we can control, glazed surfaces. I think we could control the elevations, as we had indicated before, for example, windows, but I don't think that we have control over the specific materials, but I'd look to Mr. Pink. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pink?
That's correct through you. Mr. Sharp has it correct. We can control the minimum elevation of doors and openings, but not construction materials.
Okay, so I guess the lighting might fall under our lighting bylaw in terms of that. Okay, so committee, I'm going to look for a consensus here, and I'm not sure I have a consensus. Are we comfortable with staff going back, and it's really Mr. Sharp, and having conversations with the builders on the 40%, 30%, 40%, 50%, and we can get that in place in this bylaw now, and then a lot of the details we've talked about, I believe, go into the OP and into the new comprehensive zoning bylaw. So can we give Mr. Sharp direction on that? Okay, Mr. Sharp, are you voting? Sorry, I'm hungry too.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll look to Mr. Pink, who may be able to provide some insights, but I'm just not clear that I'm not clear I understand the direction that we're headed with this. Are we dealing with this as a subset to the bylaw that we're looking at now? Are you looking for a separate report, separate process? Public meeting, another public meeting? I'm not sure. I'm just looking for some direction here.
All right, well, before Mr. Pink answers, no, we're looking for it as a subset of this bylaw. I believe we can do that in this bylaw. And what we're doing is really reconfirming what are our bylaws and our OP now. And so if we need to give you a simple direction of just 40% right now, and that can be incorporated in, I don't think we need a public meeting, because it isn't a right to make it a habitable space at this point. So we're not going out to seek input from the public, because we're just reinforcing what we already have. Mr. Pink, have I done that right?
Thank you. I believe you have. I think that's the perception I'm getting. So thank you for confirming. It's a subset of this bylaw, but I think the second part of the question maybe is the last part of the discussion for the meeting, and that's really next steps. There's obviously a few issues outstanding, in particular the controlling the width of those over width boathouses and docks, the expansions, as well as accessory buildings. The recommendation before you is for staff to come back with a report on what we've heard today and the written submissions. And then once we hit that stage, there'll be a discussion about whether an additional public meeting is needed. So I think really again, the last piece is more of next step discussion as to committee's desire to move something forward sooner rather than later, or whether staff comes back with more analysis, another public meeting, and then we're back to having a meeting like today, having more public input. So some direction there, because there's a few, I think we've reached consensus on most of the provisions in the draft bylaw, but there's a few that I think we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, so to speak. And again, so looking for some direction on next steps in that regard.
Okay, so I guess my sense is that we have given you direction, and I agree, we have consensus on most of it. The other, I believe you now have direction in terms of the accessory buildings to go back and look at size and number. And in terms of this being incorporated into the bylaw, it's really just come back with the percentage that you are very confident with and why you are, having done a bit of a reach out to our industry. And I think my take would be that that comes back to planning with your recommendations. And I think it's at that point, but correct me, Mr. Pink, that you can also recommend whether we need a public meeting again, if the changes have been significant enough for that or not, because we certainly have already heard from the public. So Mr. Pink, can you comment on that?
Thank you. Yes, certainly. I think that's certainly the prudent approach. I think there's three fairly weighty matters still outstanding. Again, the dock expansion and boat expansions on Overwith properties, accessory buildings, and now coming up with a percentage for requiring wet slips. Staff's happy to go back, prepare a subsequent report on those issues and come back with a recommendation. I'm going to suspect that likely another public meeting may be needed. So I just want council to be clear that that report to come back likely would be September, possibly August, but likely in a month or two with direction for another public meeting. And we're likely into the next term of council at that point. So I just wanted to be clear on the progress of this. I know a number of measures we're looking to implement perhaps sooner than that, but I just wanted to be clear on the timelines. But I think that is the prudent approach, to come back with a further staff report on those issues, staff's recommendations. And as I said, a little bit too early to foreshadow, but I think it's likely another public meeting. I think there's some changes coming out of today's meeting with all that we've heard in the discussion that's been had.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. I just wanted to make certain I'm understanding correctly that Mayor Harding had expressed some concerns about the ability to install to have a larger second story area, so long as there's no, there's no floor, or that the rafters are quote unquote open to below. Just looking for committee's direction on whether that you're looking for staff to come back and include that analysis or considerations in our report as well. I know we heard from Mayor Harding, but I'm not sure we reached a consensus of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up again, Mr. Sharp. So yes, it's my understanding these are being built with floor joists so that at a future time they can put in a second story and have 2,400 square feet on that second story without coming back for a building. Well, won't come back for a building permit. So I certainly support Mayor Harding saying, how can we limit the roof line so that there will not be more than 650 square feet. I believe that was where he was going with his comments, so that we can ensure that we're not going to end up 4 years from now sitting here talking about the 2,400 square foot living accommodation on the second floor of a boathouse. So that's my understanding. Any comments from anybody else? Or we would like the report back to see how we can ensure that we're going to have a limited space on the second floor that's habitable. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Just for clarity through you, I guess, Bryce. So if I do the math, I mean, we're at 25 feet for a garage, right? It's just the subject garage is at a 25-foot maximum height. Is that correct? Essentially where we are, where we've gotten to today.
I believe that's the direction from committee. Yes.
Okay,
Would you
so
bring
what
it
I've
back up?
seen, yeah, okay, so my experience has been, and I have garage envy, of course, but when I've been to many new garages, what I do find is, wow, if they don't put a second, a landing, if you will, they love to build these things like as high as they possibly can, and for some reason heat them all winter. Yeah, so they must have a lot of money. My thought would be, to the mayor's point, of course, I wish he was here. If he was building his garage to 25 feet, can you give me some sort of quick mathematical reasoning why? There he is. So, okay, so in terms of a 25-foot high garage, does that not allow you enough space for the requirements of your storage as well as accommodating storage in the second level and not banging your head? I'm kind of having trouble with that 25 feet. That's a decent sized building. So I just asked that question. I mean, are we supposed to sometimes contemplate 28 feet because somebody's 7 foot tall? I don't understand. Can you clarify?
Councillor Zavitz, forgive me, but I thought we were talking about boathouses and the second story of boathouses. I'm having trouble connecting what you're saying to.
Oh, sorry.
To that. This is a different thing you're talking about, right?
Well, I thought I'd heard reference back to Mayor Harding and banging his head.
Well, no. This was about the boathouses that are now being built on the water. They're being built with open rafters, but they're floor joists and they're going to be enclosed possibly to 2,400 square feet on the second story after everybody goes home. Mayor Harding?
Thank you, and I apologize. I had to run into town. We opened a new building today. Just a quick comment to Councillor Zavitz's perspective in the garage. Currently, we're at 20 feet. At 20 feet, you will bang your head upstairs. You might, depending on the pitch of the roof, you'd have a very limited space to be able to walk if you're 6 feet tall. The 25 feet, which we already got to on a garage, I think works perfectly. You certainly do not need any more than that. On the boathouse perspective, and I'm not suggesting only 650. There are some times with some boats with towers on them and everything else when they want to lift them out of the water that you may need some more height inside your boathouse. The issue, and what I think we've always got to, is that we allow a 650 square foot living accommodation to control shoreline structure, meaning only 650 or 750 is above the first story of the boathouse. The issue we face is at 300 feet, you could potentially, because it changes the whole boathouse to that new dimension. I think it's 25 feet. And that new dimension can expand the entire portion of the boathouse. So I think there's sort of a happy medium between the entire thing being up and just the 650 being up. And I'd love staff to look at where the issues are and how we can potentially eliminate that loophole type of thing. Obviously, there's some unique design times, but trying to not have total dominant built form on the water to the full extent of 50 feet across, I think is appropriate.
Mr. Sharp, did you get that?
I think so, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that would come back also with the report. And so I think, does anybody else have any questions on this? So staff will bring back those reports. At that point, we will be talking about whether they're significant or not and need public input again, because I know the public always wants to have input. And then I think that's it. So any other, I think I've got new business under here too. Anybody have any new business beyond what we talked about? No? Okay, well then I'm going to read this motion, which I should have done before we moved on to the next part. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Roberts is not here. Councillor Kelly, be it resolved that public and agency comments received in regards to zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-36/21 bylaw 2021-116 be reviewed by staff and summarized in a further staff report together with recommendations to the planning committee. All in favor? Carried? Terrific. Okay. Now I can read the adjournment. Okay, thank you again, everybody, for this morning. I think it was very productive, and we'll look forward to the report coming back. But the adjournment motion? I have it. I know. I will forever not live this down that I closed a meeting without this motion. Okay. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that the special planning committee meeting adjourn at 1:02 p.m. and the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, August 11th, 2022 at 9 a.m. electronically from the council chambers, municipal offices in Port Carling, Ontario. All in favor? Thank you, everyone. Go enjoy the rest of the day, and I hope you have a great